Afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Laurentian Valley Budget Day. Dean, call the order, please.
Mover and seconder, please.
Alan and Jennifer.
Moved by Councilor Wren, second by Councilor Gauthier, that the special council meeting of November 19th, 2024 be called to order at 1 p.m.
All in favor? Carried. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett.
Present.
Reeve Watt.
Present.
Councilor Gauthier.
Present.
Councilor Hewitt.
Present.
Councilor Ugly.
Present.
Councilor King.
Present.
Councilor Wren. Present. All members present.
Thank you. Confirmation of the agenda.
Mover and seconder.
Wendy and Keith.
Moved by Councilor Hewitt, second by Reeve Watt, that the agenda of the special council meeting of November 19th, 2024 be approved as presented.
All in favor? Carried. Declaration of peculiar interest, general nature thereof. Seeing none. Sean, you're up.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for all of council for making today work. I know some people had to make arrangements with their own work and whatnot, so do appreciate you making the time to be here because this really helps in our whole process to get things moving. On that process, this is the schedule that we've outlined. So we've already gone through the user fees. They aren't part of today's presentation. We went through potential changes on November 5th. Today this is the real heavy lifting day, I would say, of the whole process, where we're talking on basically all parts of the budget, all operating and capital. Then if we needed, we would come back for a second deliberation, which would be next week. We've advertised, and we are advertising currently for a public meeting on December 3rd. So that would be where, unless some things go really off the rails, this would be where we would present the final budget to the public and seek any comments that they have, if there are any. And then on the 17th, we would have formal budget approval with our passing of our bylaws. So just a summary, and I'm sure, well, the way I've set out the budget is there's a lot of times for questions and basically at the end of each step. But just to give everybody a heads up on what the budget presented stands for. So we've presented a tax levy increase of $321,000, or just north of that, which equates to about $57 per household. There's a water increase presented today at $129 per residential unit. A wastewater increase presented at $281 per median assessed home. We have a capital and special project investment of just north of 2.6 million, which equates to about $650 per household. All that being said, we have done that with a net reduction in our capital reserves of $445,000, which would leave a ballpark estimate of just over $100,000 of capital reserve balance. Yes, Dean.
No, just to clarify, I just wanted to say the median assessed home, can you just clarify that number for them?
Yeah, it hasn't changed in a while. It's $244,000.
Okay.
When I speak to how much of a levy increase, and there's a few times throughout the process where I'll basically talk about a percentage increase, but I'll do my best to, if it is a levy increase, 1 percentage point up or down is $68,318. So that's just important, especially near the end with the alternative options that we speak to. This is just to touch base in this council. Obviously, we're not the start of the term or anything, so most people are probably pretty familiar with the terms, but just so we are on the same page. So the tax levy, like what levy means, is the amount we raise through taxation. It's calculated by taking all of our expenses. We'd less out the grants that we receive. We'd less out any user fee revenue, so think dog tag revenue or fire permits and things like that where we collect money. We would less out transfers from reserves, and then we get to what we need to generate through taxation to make a balanced budget. And then what does the levy cover? It is any capital investment that we have that isn't covered through a grant. So the big capital grants that we receive on an annual basis are the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly gas tax, and Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, which is OSIF. And then we sometimes will cover capital from capital reserves. But whatever we don't cover through those three items would be covered through the taxation levy. And then it also covers operating that's not covered through grants. So some operating grants that we get are the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. Every municipality receives that. That is to offset operating expenditures. And then another example would be like the Canada Summer Jobs. So we would receive a portion of grant to offset some of our student wages. Those are just two examples of what an operating grant would be. But really, at the end of the day, the levy covers what all of those things do not cover. So it's what we use to balance the budget. Tax rate, which is a very popular thing to speak about, just because I think the nature of income taxes and everything else, and it comes down to, well, what's the rate? Well, the tax rate is really just a multiplier that's derived from how much we're going to generate through our tax levy, but it's a multiplier that we use against property owner's assessment to determine how much each individual property owner pays. So what's important is today and through most of the process, we really focus on the levy because we need to figure out how much dollars we have to generate through taxation to balance our budget. Tax rate comes a little bit later. We can estimate that kind of during this process, but that gets approved and passed and calculated in quarter one, quarter two of 2025. This slide is just to show, to get it to illustrate that when the tax bill goes out, that not every dollar that we collect, we keep. The brown at the top and then to the right, the dark blue, we would technically keep that portion for what we have to operate, but that brown portion comes into us and then goes out to the OPP. So we are, so the county and upper tiers aren't responsible for policing, we are, but we like to segregate that out, especially this year, because that is a pretty significant part of our budget. So we aren't able to keep, that 9% that comes in and goes out to police our municipality. Then the township, then again, this is based on 2024, so it will be subject to change a little bit for 25. But we keep about 35% of the total tax bill. 36% would go to the county, and then the school boards would receive about 20%. So I think the whole point of this slide is that not every dollar that the taxpayer pays Laurentian Valley stays in Laurentian Valley. Only about 35% does. I won't spend too much time here, but this is the different categories of revenue that we would have if you looked at our financial statements. But we really are focused mostly on the property taxation, which also funnels into payment in lieu of taxes. The user fees, we incorporate some of their revenue or their revenue into our operating and capital budgets, but the main driver in what we're talking about today is property tax, which also includes payment in lieu of taxes. The expense categories, this probably is a little bit more familiar. We have general government, protection of persons and property, transportation services, environmental services, recreation and culture, and then planning and development. And then you can see under the bullet points of how our general ledger structure flows into these high-level categories. In a small municipality, it's very common that the department heads or managers or supervisors or the leads of departments may have areas in multiple spots. So I'll take Lori, for instance. She's in charge of emergency management, which falls under protection of persons and property, but then is also the lead in planning and development. Brad, our CBO, he's in protections of persons and property, but also spans out into planning and development with drainage. So it's not as if there's one person responsible at the top for all these categories. It varies just depending on people, the way that the corporation's been set up with people's skill sets, and what makes most sense in terms of managing these. But this is how I will present the budget, will be based on these pillars or categories. So before we really get into it, just want to know if there's any questions or clarification at this point. Good. Okay. So the first part, wages and benefits, and I guess I'll just stop there for a second. The big pieces of paper you have, they're broken down into the categories I just explained. The first two sections don't really pertain to these because it's wages and benefits and debt. So you don't really need to be leafing through this yet. These flow into the, like, wages and benefits, and the debt repayment will flow into this big piece of paper, or this presentation here. But that's more for when we get to about the next couple sections. So I just wanted to, so if in case you're leafing through thinking, where's this in here? This is everywhere in here. In almost every section, there's a spot for wages and benefits. But I thought, so that we can understand the impact of the wages and benefits, present that as one big item. So we have a policy, HRB 01, which is our compensation grid policy. That involves us moving the grid with the cost of living allowance. Now, this year, we brought to council and council approved changing the month. So the original policy, we changed the month as of the CPI index in October, but we moved that to September so that we can move the budget process ahead, because it has changed now where we try to adopt the budget in Q4, and just waiting that extra month it puts us behind. A part of that policy is I am to present to council, and I think it actually is committee, but council, the impact of, I think, the last 6 or 7 years. And so what that CPI indicator was, and then what council awarded. So the first, from 2018 to 2024, it was based off of the previous year's October CPI. So for instance, the 2024 number of 3.1% was what the 2023 October CPI was, because we used that at 2023 to move into 2024. But then in 2025, we have the September CPI. So not that the month is a big difference, but just to explain what this slide means. And in all of those years, council has awarded what that CPI number was. So in 2025, it would be based on September 2024 CPI, 1.6%. So visually what that looks like, you'll see here on this slide, is how that has rolled through. And you can, in 2018 to 2021, it was around that, between that 1 to 2%. And then the world changed, and 22, 23, and 24, well, 22 and 23, it was increasing and seemed to peak, and it's come back down in 24, and in 25, we're back to that 1.6%, which is in that 1 to 2% range. So you can see the peaks and valleys here. Full-time equivalent, so how the budget was based off of, I think this is important just so, mostly for information purposes. If somebody said, how many full-time staff do you have? Well, I think we have 20 full-time staff, but we like to, you'll notice a lot of places will talk about FTEs, full-time equivalents, because we do have casual and part-time staff. We have students, and there's a calculation to figure out exactly, where we land with, if you want to bring all those hours into a 35 or 40 hour position, full-time equivalents. So this budget is 0.5 of an FTE higher, and where that comes from is in protections and persons and property. We have increased fire hours, and we'll speak to that and see that when we get to the fire budget. But they have been extremely busy and lots of calls this year. And we've gone back and looked at the hours that we budgeted for in 23, and we've increased that. So ballpark was, we had about 3,200 hours budgeted for in 2023. They're probably going to be close to 4,000, maybe more hours in 24. But we have budgeted for 3,600 hours in 25. So that's that increase there. And then the slight increase in recreation and culture from 1 to 1.3 is we are recommending a student in recreation. Last year we did end up getting a student in recreation, but it came in a little bit later because we got a grant to cover most of the cost to that. So this year we have budgeted to have a student and have it offset with that same grant, but now because it's part of the budget, that's why there's that increase of 0.3 in the FTE. So that's where that difference from 23.7 to 24.2 comes from. And then what that looks like per department, I won't go through each department, but I lay out in the next couple of slides what general government has, protection of persons and property, transportation, planning and development, and then recreation and culture. And I just, for my own purposes, and maybe Kim, if you could take this note, is I will move community development officer to recreation and culture, just because that was an edit I made later on in the process. But Anyway, so that is our full-time complement, or full complement, not full-time, but full complement to the municipality. What does that mean, that 1.6%? Like how are the wages affected? It's about a $61,000 to $62,000 difference. That equates to just shy of a 1% levy increase. And what is that made up of? We've actually received, kudos to Lori Dennis and her health and safety initiatives and the work that health and safety committee has done. We are anticipated to receive about a $10,000 decrease in our WSIB costs, so that is positive news. The 0.5 FTE increase, or that, adding 0.5 FTE is about a $35,000 increase. And then employees taking incremental steps on the grid, and how that grid is moved is about a $35,000 increase. So the 61,000, the main drivers are what's listed there. So the 1.6% COLA equates for us to about $61,000 to $62,000. That's how the grid would move to our complement that we have to operate the municipality. The next couple slides are what the proposed, they're hard to see here, but they will show up in the bylaws when we go to pass our bylaws, the proposed Schedule A, which is all of the positions and where they fall on our grid. And then Schedule B, which is some like the licenses and things like that. So these will be what show up in the bylaw. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll pass it back for any questions on wages and benefits.
So far, so good. You're getting off easy.
Okay, good.
For
good
now.
Stuff. Good stuff. Debt. Key drivers of our debt are we have one payment scheduled for Roy Street, which is about $139,000, because we will be closing that project out and then rolling that into a debenture, and all. Well, I know that we will only have one of 2 yearly payments in 2025, which means we'll have the second payment in 2026. So, but just the way the debentures work and their repayment, will only pay back one payment in 25. So that's still, though, a significant driver. We have 2 payments now for the Freightliner 10 and plow truck. So kind of just the opposite of Roy Street is we had one in 24. Now we have an additional $34,000 for the second payment coming in 2025. And then I have here no payments for Robinson Road, and we'll just hold on that because that we'll talk about when we get to capital. But I just wanted to point it out here that we were not anticipating any repayment of a debenture that we haven't approved yet, or the project we haven't approved yet. But if we are to flow through and approve Robinson Road, or a combination thereof where we use debt, there wouldn't be any payments in 25, so there's been nothing budgeted there. This is a list of our debt that does not include what we carry for Auto Valley Waste Recovery Center or the airport. So this is just township debt, and what's left at the end of 2025. So after our payments, the sewage plant, it matures in 25, so that's good. The office expansion would mature in 2026. The next one to come off would be in 29, which is the Freightliner. Then we have Golf Course Road in 2031, Public Works Garage in 2037, Joe Street in 2039, and we're estimated to have Roy Street come off in 2045. So our payment in 2025 is about $735,000, and at the end of 2025, we'll have just shy of $8 million of debt to be repaid. That's before adding any debt now or into the future. So what does that mean on our budget? So you'll see in the corporate management section, we'll have a very slight decrease, and the reason for that is because of the type of debenture. A serial debenture was set up for that, and that means I believe it's the interest payment as the principal is less. A lot of the debentures are set up as called amortizing, which means it's the same payment every payment, but this was a bit different. That's why there's a little slight decrease there. Public Works, we have $91,000 more. Water, about $40,000 more, and wastewater, about $17,000 more. The wastewater is a combination of not having 2 payments for the sewage plant, but then adding on a Roy Street payment, a portion of the Roy Street payment. Our annual repayment limit, which we'll want to just have in the back of our mind, this is what we are technically allowed to have in debt payments back. So between interest and principal, the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing issue what's called an annual repayment limit. Our 2024 annual repayment limit was just shy of 2 million, but I have to take out the 2024 tandem plow payment, the estimated Roy Street, and then I've taken out what I estimate to be Robinson Road, if we go down that route, just to say we have 1.5, to give an estimate of what we have of debt repayment left. So that doesn't mean we have 1.5 of debt we can borrow. What it means is we have 1.5 on an annual basis of debt we could pay back. So to understand of what that really means, I guess, in the grand picture, is if we were to finance a $7 million job over 5 years, we would be at our max debt capacity. If we were to have a $12.5 million job over 10 years, we'd be at our max. At 17.5 million over 15, or a $20 million job over 20 years. So if we were to say, well, we think that most things we would borrow for would be 15-year terms, then we have about $17.5 million of we could potentially access through debt before we get maybe into some problems with the ministry. So that's just to give you a visual of where we stand today. So with that, again, if there's any questions on debt.
So does that include water and sewer in these numbers as well?
Yes. In those numbers there, it did, yes. Yeah. It doesn't include the water valuation recovery that we technically carry and the airport. If that was to be the driver, if we got into problems with that, I think we would make an argument to the ministry that we only take our portion. Help us out here. So I just have left those off the slide. Okay. Okay, so I guess we can get into these papers now. The first section is waste collection. This is the easiest one.
Sean, can I ask first that the one that Al and I got last week, this is an updated version of it?
Yes, I put an updated version, yeah.
Okay.
It's slightly different. There's not a lot different, but slightly.
Okay.
Some areas, yeah. So waste collection is what we pay to have recycling, garbage, compost, and those things picked up at curbside. And the reason we segregate it out is because we charge a user fee on the tax bill for that service. Really, there is not any difference from this year to last year's budget. It's the same amount. We anticipate the same, like the bottom line, same amount of expenses and revenue, and therefore the user fee, the waste collection fee that would appear on the tax bill of $220 is we're not recommending changing. So there's not really any changes to this at this point in time. There are some changes coming to that whole what's happening with waste diversion and everything, but at this point in time we're recommending we keep the same budget and generate basically the same amount of revenue that we did last year. So that was a pretty short one, but I'll ask if there's any questions.
Where do you anticipate that figure going? Will the changes dramatically increase the
Maybe
amount?
I'll ask Mark to speak to, because I'm not familiar with all of the changes that are actually going to happen.
So our big change for us will be Jan 1, 2026. So as Sean mentioned, we're going to say status quo for the year. We don't know exactly what all the details are, but with the province taking over the collection for basically all recycling, I think the township portion should decrease. But it depends on how tipping fees, because there's talk about that increasing, some of the processing being a little bit different. So for now, we'll stay the same, but it'll be a number we'll look at. But in my mind, I'm thinking decrease for 2026, because essentially the township will be responsible for waste collection, for organics collection, and then any of our large item collection, special leaf and yard waste. But that's it. We're going down to basically, instead of say 4 streams, we're going down to 2. So I anticipate contractors' fees may be slightly higher because they're maybe not co-collecting. Again, we're trying to figure out how that process will work with only collecting half the streams, but that'll be something we'll work through for 2026.
I think also, as I've mentioned before, at the center that, we do have the new leachate program that's gonna happen at some point, once we get through with the ministry. So, and I did talk to Sean and Dean about this, about the, we do have a surplus in there of 250, which I thought maybe we could steal some of it for the general budget, but we don't know what's gonna happen and how much money it's gonna cost, so that may be an increase down the road as well. Whether we add that to the 220, I don't know. Depends how much it's gonna cost and how much each municipality has to forward to the center to get that project done, so we don't really have any clear numbers, same as Mark with collection. Anything else on that for Sean? Okay. Oh, Keith.
Since we don't really know what may come, rather than a big blow come 2026, should there be a slight increase this time?
That's up to the table, but I would say that the way that we've set it up is that if there's a surplus in these line items, so if, and I think the mayor had mentioned, I don't think we're gonna be around 250 surplus. But if there's any, I think last year we were in a maybe this is ballpark now, but it might have been like a $30,000 to $40,000 surplus in just these line items. We transfer to the waste management reserve. And that reserve is building to offset some of those costs, and then for if is post-closure and those types of things. So I think that reserve's in a decent spot. I mean, those are going to be large expenses. But I mean, if council so chose to increase something and then put more into reserve, that's their choice. But we do have a reserve that has been building there.
And maybe I'll just add to that it's been at 220 for a couple of years, whatever, and like Sean said, our reserves are healthy. But as we go through this budget and what you've seen so far, is we got some big decisions to make, and we've got some big increases coming through water, sewer, and the general budget. So if we can leave this one alone, that's one less cost to add on to the taxpayer this year. And we are in good shape, as Sean said, so I think we're fine where it is. Okay, Sean?
Councilor Wren, you good? Okay. Okay. All right, water. Not the same as waste collection. So the budget here is, the total budget we have presented is 914,200. This is up from 743,768, but we have, and I really just lay out here some of the differences. So, like slight increase in labor, debt repayment, there is an increase there, the 39,600, which you spoke to in the debt portion. The city of Pembroke is a large increase. That line item, it was budgeted at 485. We have a budget item of 610. We are not recommending transferring anything to reserves. I do have on there the estimated reserve balance about 520,000 for water, and we do have $85,000 of capital. So before I go to the next slide, I'm going to speak to the city of Pembroke line item. So how we came up to that is we took the last 9 quarters of how much has flowed through our meters into the city of Pembroke, got an average of much waters coming into Laurentian Valley, and then multiplied that by the estimated, not estimated, we all multiplied that by the rate that is in the water rate study for 2020, the water rate study, water rate agreement, wastewater and water agreement, the city of Pembroke, because in the Schedule X of that agreement, there is a chart that has the water and wastewater rates up until 2029. So we took what the rate is in 25, multiplied it by an average over 9 quarters of the what was flowing through the meter, and made sure that was on an annual basis, and that's how we got to 610. So if you looked at the line by line items here, what you would probably note is that when I go to the expenses to the city of Pembroke, you know, we budgeted 485, we're at 411. We are going to be over budget on that line item. But what that means is, if you looked at the revenue, is we are going to be over budget on revenue, like bringing in revenue in the commercial meter charges, because, well, I can't go back in time to figure out exactly how we budgeted in 2024, but I don't believe we had an accurate estimate on the amount of water we were actually using. But all this to say is we are going to be over budget on the expense side, but we're going to be over budget also on the revenue side. So it will offset itself to some extent. But it's just when we're talking about this, what stands out when you look at this line by line sheet is that City of Pembroke fee. And I'll get to that okay, I can stop, yep.
So just on that fee, when we're talking the rate is going to increase for both municipalities, not just Laurentian Valley. So that's the way the rate works. And then in order for that rate to change, there has to be a study. So when ours goes up, the City of Pembroke goes up as well. We're tied at the hip on that rate.
Yeah, and where that becomes just a little bit murky is the rate that we pay, well, it's supposed to, and the rate that we pay is the same that a metered user would pay they would charge in the meters, but then we have our own costs that get added on. So then our resident doesn't necessarily, maybe won't pay the same as a city resident, but we are paying the same as what, yeah, they would.
Brian?
When you're using a 9-quarter average, was it fluctuating up and down throughout that, or was there an increasing or decreasing trend to it at all?
It's a good question. There was a few quarters where it fluctuated, but I think it was time of year. They all seem to come in like relatively close. There wasn't where it was like if you put on a graph like way up and way down. But I think time of year makes a difference on when on the amount of water that's used. I don't have them in front of me, but and the reason I used 9 is because that was the best access that I had given the time frame of what I could pull. But I think the more that we go, I mean, we've had some staff transition, myself and Brad and whatnot, and Kim came in for Curtis, and I think the more the data we are gathering, the more accurate we're going to be able to and I think project what we're using. So yeah, I don't know if that answered your question or not, but I guess it wasn't going crazy up and down, but there was some definite fluctuation time of year.
I was just concerned that
Yeah.
an upward trend and we're doing
No, I think what happened was we went off of their study for 24 of what the study said we were going to use for amount of gallons or whatnot. But I think what we're actually using is more than what that study thought we were going to use. I think that's I budgeted a dollar figure that came out of the study for what we're going to probably pay, but in fact we used more water than what was anticipated from that study or that agreement. And I think that was the main driver of why the budget, we're seeing that increase right now. But okay, so I'll just move on before we get to what you're going to want to know about more is, so we'll just talk about the $85,000 of capital that we have projected or proposed. We have $80,000 for chamber upgrades, so we'd want to update the infrastructure in 2 of our 8 chambers, and this is to comply with the City of Pembroke agreement. And then we have a line item here is to update our map book, and that is to add on Roy Street and I think even Joe, maybe? Roy, was there one? Yeah, both?
There's a few housekeepings we have, and then it's to finalize the Joe Street as well in our map book. So we've been working off some more hand-drawn stuff, but this is just to finalize the map book that our water users use for all of our locates of our infrastructure.
What is a water chamber? Or is it the chamber?
So the chamber where our valves and meters are underground. So that's where the water comes in from the city, and there's meters and infrastructure in there. So there's chambers and valves and components in there, and part of our arrangements with the city is everything over a certain age needs to be upgraded. Backflow prevention and different things they're looking for. So we're basically just on sort of a long-term program to get everything updated and where it's supposed to be to meet the agreement. So it's, we're lucky, I think one of them will get picked up in the 148 project, so that saves us a bit of money because that has to be moved as part of the MTO one, but what will be kind of a few years of getting the underground infrastructure fixed up and changed over.
Okay.
Okay, so how that affects the Laurentian Valley residents, I have on this slide, you know, the rate for a residential unit in 2024 is 831. We have, to balance our budget, we would need to charge 960, which is a $129 increase. And then that also affects what we charge our metered users, and I have the different rates set out here, but in essence, it's about a 15.5% increase. And I'll leave it there if there's questions, comments, or concerns.
Now, are we gonna look at if we took some money out of reserves to lower that, or no?
We can.
Are we gonna wait till we see the sewer rate and then look at the combination increase?
Yeah, we can. I think that we've talked a little bit as staff, and with the water reserve at 500 mark, we don't have a lot there for some of the main projects that we have coming, and maybe Dean, if you want to speak to the 148
I
and
mean,
everything.
it's one of them slippery slopes, obviously. I mean, as Sean has suggested, there is no transfer to reserves going in now, so we're not putting any in, and if we start drawing it down sooner or later, it's just a slope that, and we're seeing some increase because of our agreement. We're gonna see some increases occur each year for going forward. So, you know, at this point, yes, we can soften the blow now, but there is gonna be a day when something has to happen, whether that's today or tomorrow or in 3 years. But I guess, and I'm sure you're all aware, but the reserves are there, but they're technically for capital purposes, not really operation purposes. So we gotta be, you know, if you wanna soften the blow, sure, we can certainly withdraw it, but not prudent to take a whole bunch, because it's no way, right now, we have no way of rebuilding it. So whatever we take out, we're probably not getting back unless we make some more adjustments.
Al?
Well, and the issue when you take out a reserve, so now next year then we need to actually put that back into reserves, plus put in what we should have been putting in, so it's like a double whammy next year. So if you pull it out this year, you're gonna have to do a double next year.
And I did, now that my memory is, I did do the calculation on if we did pull the $85,000 from reserve, the increase, it'd be $868 would be the rate, which is about 4.5% increase to the rate, I think. Well, it would be $868. I don't know the percentage wise offhand, but versus the 960.
So maybe explain to council, so this year we're having the hike from 831 to 960, because that's technically the first real, well, that's the rate that we have in the new agreement with the city. What are we looking at next year, ballpark?
So what we'd pay the city would be, so this year the city's rate went up 7%, just around the 7%. Next year would be 7%, and then we're looking at next year be 7% from what we have now. Now, there is a rate study being completed that will see where that comes out, like what the rates would be. But right now, what we know and what the city is saying to us is it's a 77777 to 2029.
Okay, so next year it'll go up $63, not higher, at ballpark.
Yeah, sure. I don't.
No, I just,
yeah.
ballpark.
I guess so.
We're not gonna hit them again with another 15% next year as well. And technically, and we've talked about this, that this is now our new water agreement that probably should have been in effect 7, 8, 9 years ago. So on one hand, you say to the taxpayer, well, you got off pretty good for the last number of years. Unfortunately, now with the new agreement, we're paying the piper. But I strongly suggest to council that at the end of the day, and our budget is done, I think something, notification should go out ahead of time, warning the taxpayers that are on water and sewer, hey, you know what, under the new agreement, here's the new prices, because when you get to the sewer, it gets a big increase just in those two items. So I think some notification, communication ahead of time wouldn't hurt. Keith?
I agree full-heartedly. I just look at the population of those water users, and it's not going to be easy for a lot of them. A lot of them are seniors, and they're not getting the same increase as anybody else over the past 2 years. And this may be okay as it is, but then you add the stormwater sewer onto it, and it just adds a whole lot more. So I guess that's a concern that I have, and I was going to wait to mention it when we get to the next section, but really concerned about the overall, because $400 all collectively, the 129, the 281, it's a big chunk to swallow, in addition to the levy.
On your medium household.
On your medium household, yes.
Al?
And we just need to look around and see some of the huge projects that are going on in water and sewer within the city of Pembroke that we're responsible for our portion of. Okay, and that's what's leading to these 777, because they were falling way behind on their infrastructure, and with this new agreement now, they're catching up. So there's the new line that's going all the way from the sewage treatment plant all the way up to the west end of town. There's the pumping station that they just finished on Muskrat Drive. There's a lot of big projects that are going on that we have to pay our share in. They've got to pay their share, but we have to pay our share based on our usage.
And we weren't paying that before, under the old agreement, so. Anyways, that's just, okay, Sean?
Okay, move on to wastewater. So the budget here is just over 920,000, up from 751 last year. Labor is about the same. There is an increase in our debt repayment. We do have the City of Pembroke fee increase. The same methodology was used. We took the last 9 quarters we had and of usage for those for where we pay wastewater and took an average. Now the rate here in the agreement for wastewater of what we pay the city is up 17%. So it's instead of 7, it's a 17% for the up to, and right now in the current agreement is like that until 2029. But again, there's a rate study that I'm hoping is not like that, comes in a bit better than that. But that's what it is as of right now. Here we have what this transfer to reserves is just shy of 12,000, I guess. Wastewater lent water, I don't know, 2019 or 18, about $1 million. This is, and what I'm seeing just from the pattern is that's repaid back over 10 years. So this would be year 8 of 10, payment 8 of 10 back to wastewater. So basically water pays that back, wastewater gets it and puts it back into its reserve. So that's what that transfer to reserves is. And then again, capital of 85,000. The 85,000 is made up of $30,000 for force main inspection. This is to provide condition assessment of our force main from Hamilton Street Pumping Station to City Town Line Pumping Station. $50,000 upgrade to the Indian Court lift station. This is the update of controller system that would help prevent false alarms and system failure. And then again, the sewers portion of the map book updates for getting all the recent capital into where it needs to get to. So wastewater is a bit different. There's not a flat rate or a metered rate. It is based on a residence or property's assessment. As you see here, the median assessed home at $244. The wastewater levy would then be $1,005, where in 24 was $724. So it's $281 increase, which is 38.79%. Now, the 17% increase for the rate is one thing, but last year to ease that, we pulled from reserves to offset some of the increase. So I do not have presented to pull again from reserves to offset operating, because what we're now facing here is we're seeing, from the information we have today, we can anticipate in our rate to the City of Pembroke to go up 17%. if we pull from reserves to offset that, we are really pushing down the line when we're gonna get up to that normal 17, let's call it normal, 17% increase. So we're capturing some of last year's 17, we went up about half of the recommended rate last year because we pulled from reserves. So now we're saying we gotta pick up that 17, we gotta pick up some of last year's 17, plus our own capital and our own increase of costs. So that's how that's presented today.
Just maybe a word, Sean, it's not, the projection for the agreement, just for sewer purposes, if I remember correctly, is 17 for the next 2 or 3, then it's supposed to peter off a little less.
Negative. I thought that was maybe the intent of the original agreement, but
Okay.
they have 17 beyond to
Okay.
29.
But having said that, we do need to talk about, the rate study could adjust that, and we're hoping it will adjust some of that. Obviously, that we can't see 17s all the way across, because that seems to me unaffordable. But however, having said that, till the rate study comes, we're not sure. And that'll affect us both, as the mayor has alluded to. So I think right now, and technically, the rate study was supposed to be done for this year, hasn't been. So we're working to try and make, it's not completed yet. So we will be meeting with the city to try and iron out where we're going with this. But we're showing you this now with the approval of I would base your decision based on today. And if something comes outside of that, then we'll circle back and adjust it from there. But for now, that's the increase they're looking at, so.
And if I'll just go to the next slide to show comparators. So in the first column, we have Laurentian Valley, City of Pembroke, Town of Petawawa, and then Township of Whitewater Region. The combined rate in 2024 versus what we're saying the combined rate in 2025 would be for the median assessed home, and kind of that difference. So it's about $410 higher in 25 for Laurentian Valley residents. That now, based on 2024 for City of Pembroke rates, we're about $470 higher. For Town of Petawawa, it's like $1,000 higher. And then for compared to Whitewater Region, we're about $1,100 cheaper. So that's just to see where we fit in at least our closest neighbors with water and wastewater.
And all of these comparisons have their own water system.
Yes.
It's not like us getting it from the city,
Water and sewer.
water and sewer.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're big numbers, there's no doubt.
And now I would throw it to council to say, I don't have what that effect would be, but I mean, is there appetite for that, or is there appetite to be pulling from some of our wastewater reserves? Now, we do have, I think, just shy of $1 million in our wastewater reserves, but we do have, is it 148 with this pumping station that we have maybe coming our portion?
We've committed $1 million there, plus the pumping station, we want to do it. We're waiting for some grant announcement there, but we could be into 1.6, technically 1.6 million commitment. Now, that would be a debenture, but it's still another cost.
A couple of years away yet.
Still got to make the payment, yeah. So, yeah, as Sean said, and I guess maybe just to flavor, and I don't know, maybe I'm putting you on the spot, Sean, but if you took 50 out of reserves, does that help it? Or, I mean, is that peanuts, or do you know what that does to the
No,
rate?
I don't know what it does, but I mean, I would take direction to,
Yeah.
if there was the appetite. I guess the thing is, you basically can take up to $1 million out of reserves. Like there's a million, million options you have, I guess. So it really would have to be, I need some direction on if this is good, then this is good, or no, I mean, not good, but to move forward, or to get to a certain area and what that effect would be. I'd have to, take that direction and go and find what that number is, right?
Oh.
So,
You remember what we took out of reserve last year for it?
yeah, it was around the 100.
143? Well,
yeah.
sorry, but that's what was removed from reserve. Maybe it's not all allocated to rate, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so it was, well, then about 80 grand out of reserves last year to offset.
That we're struggling with this year, so if we do it again, we're gonna be struggling with it
So
3
now you gotta
times.
pick it up.
Well, I think the issue is that, so reserves are great when you got reserves, because they're there, but they're not always there. It's not like gas tax or CCBF, they're not there every year. They are really, that's past revenue or past taxation or past user fees that you've collected. So the struggle is Pulling it means that sometime down the line, when they're not there, that increase is big. Right? So I believe had we gone up the full last year, like you said, our rate's gonna go up 17% versus what it did, which I'm not 100% positive on, but had we gone up it wouldn't be 38 then. We'd be closer to the original 17. It might be in the 20 something, but it wouldn't have been 38. And so so we can certainly pull more money from reserves to get that down to a more reasonable number, but it just forewarning that at some point in time, that's where it becomes a problem. But it's up to council.
Keith?
I know we can justify what's actually happening here, but I can't help but think, just throughout the community that use the water, it's gonna affect rental property, it's gonna affect seniors, it's gonna affect regular homeowners to a huge extent. We're talking like the $500 for the year, basically without the levy. The economic times we've just come through hasn't been easy for a lot of people. And how do we get to share this with the people? Are we going to have a public meeting? Are we going to have just a notice go out through our e-letter to the residents who have subscribed, our monthly newsletter? That's the hassle that I'm in conflict with right now.
So, Sean, could we, for the moment, we'll just leave this for information purposes, and the next time we meet, could you look at a 50 and 100 taken out of reserves and see what effect that would have? And then, by then, we'll know what the overall effect is on the budget, and then we can make final decisions then.
Yeah, like I would take direction to say, I just don't want it to be open-ended. I would take some direction to say, can you look at either getting it to closer to a 20% increase or taking X and X out of reserves? Because like I said, there's a million you could pick any number a million times.
Right.
I would take that and I could bring that result back. So yeah, I would just want direction, I guess, at this point from the table.
Keith?
One other question. As time goes on, next year, let's say one of our subdivisions come in and you have a whole lot of new users. How is that going to impact the rates at that time? Is it going to be more beneficial? Is it not going to be more beneficial?
Okay.
So basically, as you add a user, your usage goes up and you pay on our usage. So yeah, there's more users, but we're gonna wind up paying more
Same thing.
because our usage has gone up. Our percentage of the water or wastewater between the city and us, our percentage is probably gonna go up a little bit, so we're gonna pay more based on the rate.
I mean, there might be some profit in other sections, to do with the capital and the ongoing costs, so we might see a little bit of profit, but Councillor Wren's correct. The biggest bulk of it is purchasing the water from the city, and we pay per liter, so when you get more users, you get more liters, but we're paying more money too. So there will be some, I would assume there's some profit, but not to the extent where it's gonna make a big change.
So if a property has more than one unit, there's rental units, say 1 or 2 rental units, is each one charged?
Yeah, so in water, they're each charged the same.
Yeah,
So they'd be like, so we'll just use 24's numbers, 831 and 831. So the first unit's charge 831, same as a house. The second unit's charge 831 because it's a residential unit. In wastewater, it's a bit more complicated because now they are being charged at the multi-residential rate because we're based on assessment. So the ratio between residential and multi-residential might be 1.9 times. So now the whole unit is being charged at the multi-residential rate. So I believe off the top of my head, it's about 1.9 times what a resident would pay. So whatever that ratio that the county sets for our tax rates.
Thank you.
Okay, so right now, in 2024, it's 724, 2025, it's 1,005 for wastewater. So
Correct.
where does council want to see that 1,005 number be? Do you want to see it at $900? Do you want to see it at $950? We got to give Sean some direction on that.
We could circle back at the end, maybe take, and if you want to give some thought to where you want to
Okay.
see it, and just circle back quickly, and then Sean can, we can give him direction then, maybe.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Okay, so the operating general budget. Waste management, let's move my papers here. All right, so this is not much change, sorry, not much changing here. This is really, we generate revenue out of this. There's not much expense to this. This is our royalties that we get for I guess the waste recovery center being in Laurentian Valley. So we generate, you know, after a small little bit of expense, we generate about $350,000. So I don't think there'll be any, well, there might be questions or whatnot, but so I've broken these down to, at the end of them, the effect they have on the levy. So this is a good effect. A negative number is a really good effect. This doesn't cost the taxpayer from tax dollars because this generates revenue. Any questions on this little section?
Why can't you make more?
I don't think the other partners would appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. Council and corporate management. So this is, general government, which is council, corporate management, administration, and information technology. So we'll start with council. There's an increase of $4,000. This is a $3,400 increase in wages. That's what the 1.6% is really the driver of the increase. And then a $600 increase in the education and conferences, and that is in keeping in line with the bylaw for council that we have. We have corporate management. We have a decrease of $600. That is that decrease in the debt repayment for that serial debenture that we have that is allocated here. Administration, we have an increase of $45,580. $24,000 of that is based around wages. We have a $20,000 line item under health and safety, and I've highlighted that. That is actually covered through reserves though, so we have a health and safety reserve where we receive some WSIB rebates. So that line item, the taxpayer technically is not paying for that. So so as an FYI, that will be offset by a transfer from reserves. Records management of $16,000. This is a proposed item that we have to help us and get us into legislative compliance with our records management. Then in information technology, and in this little section is our contract with OnServe for our IT support. We have almost all of our software licensing is in this area. So we see annual increases in this area, and that's where that $10,000 estimated increase comes from. So this slide will break down in the tax dollar, when we tax residents and we tax property owners, how much we have to generate from taxation for these areas. So we have to generate council of $250,000, and you follow yourself down through. Administration's $1.2 million. So in all, general government is about $1.6 million service, I would say, I guess we'll put it that way, service to the ratepayer. So with that, we will, as a group, field any questions in this area.
No, I think we're good.
Okay. So protection to persons and property, this is a bit of a bigger, in terms of sections. We have fire, building, police, lottery, bylaw, emergency management, animal control. In fire, we have no change to revenue. So we are conservatively taking that approach because we do generate quite a bit of revenue in fire, and in the year to date, we are higher than our budget, but we are having some issues collecting from some of the insurance claim or company stuff that we do. So I would highly recommend that we leave that 75 there, not try to overestimate on revenue, just because we may have some adjustments coming. In expenses, we do have an increase of just shy of 32,000. I've spoken before, the 29,000 of this is for their wages. And this isn't about their wage necessarily going higher. I mean, it's got the same 1.6%, but we are budgeting for 3,600 hours where we have budgeted in the past for about 3,200. They've seen a huge spike this year. We are going to be over budget in fire wages. But what we're hoping is that it's a bit of a blip and that we're not necessarily going to propose in this budget to go off of 2024 actuals. We're hoping that that maybe comes around where it dips back down, that this might be a one-off type of year. Because I believe that we would, if we were on to budget it to about 2024 actual, we'd have to budget it north of 4,000 hours, where we budgeted 32, because really I think the 3-year average before that was in that 3,000, 3,200 hours. So anyway, we're budgeting for 3,600 hours. We're hoping that that is a good spot. And what I'll do is I'll go through the whole section and then I'll come back and we have staff here for questions in their areas. In building, we are projecting some increase in some revenue, about $2,000. We have increased the fees slightly, so we feel that we would have a small increase there. Expenses, it's a total increase of $3,800, $3,800 and $4,500 of that $3,800. So there's some savings in other areas of the budget, but $4,500 is due to wages. Policing, which is it's made a lot of, it's taken up a lot of airways, I would say, in the last month. We are seeing an increase in this budget item of $270,000. 253 of that is due to the contract with the OPP, and that is mainly driven by renegotiation of the union contract. So almost, well, I would say all municipalities that have an OPP contract have seen that increase by about anywhere between 18 to 20%, or 18 to 22%. We also have a line, or in this line item, have added $16,500 due to the formation of a new police services board. This estimate is fairly conservative compared to what our neighbors have seen, but we don't have enough information to really have. I wouldn't feel comfortable with the information we have today to put that number any higher. I think that's a fair estimate of what this police services board would cost us. In lottery, we are anticipating seeing a pretty substantial increase in revenue. This is a pretty difficult revenue item to predict, but we're getting back to pre-COVID at I'm going to call it Bingo Country, Delta Bingo. We're getting back to pre-COVID levels, I guess, and so there's so it's increasing, and then we anticipate we have seen increases in revenue. So this is good news for us and good news for the community. In the next couple items are pretty small and not really substantial, but by law, very small increases in revenue and expenses. Mainly the increase in revenues for the small fees and charges increase that we have for the hawkers and peddlers. Emergency management, a total increase of $1,300. We are allocating a portion of staff time there. We decreased the emergency response. So this line item would be used in the event of I'll say a flood, but any type of emergency. And I know we're going to say that $5,000 is not very much, and it's not, but we do have an emergency management reserve where when this section, so if we don't have to use, I think in 2024 we have $10,000. If we don't have an emergency where we have to use the $10,000 or whatever the budget amount is, we transfer that into our emergency management reserve in case we need to use that in the future. As per our reserve and reserve fund policy, we have that reserve because of the 2019 flood, where we're trying to get to a point where we have 3% of our levy, because that would be our portion that we're not covered through the MDRA grants. So we've brought this down. Now, in the event we have to use $25,000 in this line item, because let's say we see a flood, we got to buy sandbags or whatnot, we would pull from our current emergency management reserve the shortfall. So we'd spend the 5, pull, let's say, the 10, and then that way we get ourselves through. If we don't spend any money, we put that 5 right now into reserve. Animal control, again, that's not really substantial here. We're bringing down the revenue to be in line for our pet licenses of what we're seeing. Not much else there. So then, when we add all this together for protection of persons and property, we need to generate about $1.9 million of taxation to pay for those services. So that, we can go back and we can go through if there's questions in each section for staff, if you'd like.
Okay, Sean, with that increase of 253 plus the 16 for the board, is that almost 4%, or is it a 4% increase? Looks like about 3.8 or something. Would that be
I'll
about
take
right?
your word for it. Sorry. Just give me a second here. Yeah, about 3.8, 3.9%.
So I don't think anything's gonna happen to that number. I know that a lot of municipalities have sent letters out to various boards and whatever. Yakubuski is quoted as saying this is crazy amount of money to all municipalities, but I think it's gonna stay there. Unless you know something different, Dean.
No, all we can, I mean, there's rumbles of a spring election provincially, so I imagine that would be a hot topic for the premier to kind of deal with, but at this point, there's been no announcement, but you're right, there is a fairly significant, strong campaign against the actual increases, so whether that materializes or not.
Keith?
The Police Services Board, 16,000 and change. We've not had one now for several years, 4 or 5 years. Is it a mandatory item?
At this point, it is. Chris has been kind of moving forward. We have 2 other partners, obviously, with us. It's slowly taking place, not moving very fast. With some training required. I think the training has been completed. Maybe I'll just pass to Chris for a comment. And see.
So yeah, with this, as Sean mentioned, this is a pretty conservative number considering our other partners. What we're trying to do with this board is share the costs as much as possible and do things in-house as much as possible, because when you start adding on extra costs for the administration and everything like that, it's a lot. These boards there's examples where they're up to over $100,000. So we don't want anything like that. What we're doing is a conservative number to try to make it work. The process right now involves about 8 hours of training for each member to have to go through training from the OPP, get police record checks, and then open up the board. So we're just about ready at that point to start going with the board. It's probably going to work pretty good in lockstep with the budget being able to come out. And then there's added costs like insurance, memberships, honorariums, all those kinds of things like that. But this board is very dedicated to making sure that those costs stay as low as possible. Unfortunately, it is one of those costs where we can't escape it. It is being mandated by the province, and they're slowly starting to get people on being non-compliant. And so right now we are in lockstep for being compliant, but there is no escaping that. It is a cost that we, our ratepayers, are going to have to bear because it is mandated and it is a requirement from the province.
Will we receive benefits in the amount of $16,000?
I don't think so. I don't know, though. I can't say. We haven't really gone down that road. The main point of this board is to basically have a say in the operations of the police and their day-to-day activities to the detachment commander. But I can't really say because we haven't really got into the nuts and bolts of it to really see what the outcome of that might be. I know there has been pushback from a lot of the other municipalities just because of onboarding this and the extra costs, especially with the timing. But until we get into that, I can't rightly say what the outcome might be. I know what the goal of it is that the municipalities would have the input to be able to influence the detachment commander and their activities, but until we see that in action, I can't rightly say what the outcome would be.
Thank you.
Brian?
No, we've had police service boards in the past and we've had no budget for it. Nobody's been paid. Is this 16,500 based on our population because it'll be multiple municipalities, or where did that number come from?
So it has a lot to do with things like insurance. The board is required to carry insurance. The board is required to pay honorariums. They're also required to pay a provincial appointee. They're also required to pay a member from the public. So these are non-negotiable stipulations from the province. And so those costs, any of the reflected costs are all mandatory costs. In fact, we've done everything we can to reduce that cost by, for example, we're hoping to be able to share the facilities that we already have for recording and for doing things like that because of the municipalities, because the municipalities can't necessarily agree on the cost. They've had to add that as an extra budget item. And so they're paying for the bare bones, like what we're saying for this operation, plus additional things like website serving, because all the meetings have to be put into the public. They have to have their own announcement. They have to be on the internet. There's all these different stipulations similar to yourselves with the bylaw or the procedures to let the public know. All those procedures are baked in there. So none of these costs are things that necessarily we would have chosen to do. It's because they're stipulated by the province that we have to do them.
Would the insurance just not be in addition to our existing policy? And
Unfortunately, that is a little bit of a uncertain area, but most municipalities right now have had to, seems like they have to purchase their own insurance. It's not going to be covered through the existing insurance, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've received confirmation that this is, what we have right, this is outside of that, and they're mandating that it would have its own policy, and it would be added on to our current, but it's not covered under our current insurance that we pay. And that's coming right from the insurance company.
Okay, any questions on this section? Wendy, please.
Not on policing, but on fire. Whoops, sorry. On fire, I just noticed that there's a decrease in their training and training registration. It's almost cut in half, and I just know how important training is. So I'm just wondering why that's been cut.
Yeah, that's been, in all areas of the budget, training has seen a decrease. So it's not something we really want to do. But you'll see in administration and public works, it's basically, that's what we've had to do to get to the bottom line that where we're at now. I mean, there's always the option to add some back in, or when we get to the end of maybe today, we see where we're at, where we maybe revisit some of those areas. But you'll also, and I'm not going to speak necessarily for the chief, but that you'll see that throughout every section. Do we have, sorry, I was going to say, do we have any, because I can have Tim come up, their chief come up and sit here as well if need be, but.
Well, at some point, we're gonna get him up here, because we've got to put him under the gun, so.
Sorry
whether
to
it's-
cut you off there, but nail it.
Whether it's now or when we talk about the truck and whatever, so I think we'll leave that for Tim later on. But Brian, you had a question, sorry.
yeah, it was just up there for a while under bylaws, the hawkers and peddlers license fees. How is that monitored? Like, is it on a complaint basis, or is it an honor system?
Lori can speak to it, yeah.
So that title is actually a holdover that isn't actually the name of a bylaw that we have in place anymore. The only thing we do have, it's a business licensing bylaw, that is where that title is left over here from. And the business licensing bylaw addresses the sea cans and shipping containers or trailers that require a permit. It also addresses if it's mobile food vendors, and then they're all kind of encompassed in that. In the past, there used to be for those fruit and vegetable stands, and then that's where that was, the council had previously made a decision that we were no longer allowing for that, other than when it's a farm stand on a farm property, so that was actually removed. So it's really just mobile food vendors, and they do come in and they get their permit, or again, when we're dealing with the trailer licensing.
And so just to build on that, in my conversations with the CBO, and he's not here, but, is he here? Oh. I went looking for you earlier and I couldn't find you. Maybe you can speak to it then, how you handle this.
Well, it's, for the mobile vendors portion of it, there's not a whole lot that we're aware of. So basically I go over the previous year's permits that were issued or licenses that were issued and see if they have renewed. If there are new ones, there have been a couple that have made inquiries and we've licensed them that way. Otherwise it would be probably a complaint basis, or just, you know, if we see something new pop up. But like I say, there's so few that it's easy to know whether they have one or not.
I'm
We just
thinking
need it
some of them
brought to attention.
pull in on a weekend and they're gone.
Those are the tricky ones. We do have the monthly option, but yeah, I mean, if they set up on Friday afternoon and they're gone Sunday, there's a good chance they'd slip through the cracks. Now, we have had some this year that approached for like beverage services. They took a monthly, I believe they took 2 months, and they did a couple special events that were just weekends, but they pulled the monthly permit. So it is kind of an honor system and a complaint system. I can check on the past ones and make sure they've renewed, but they say, I think we have about 4 that are kind of annual renewals, chip wagons being, the main one.
So is there a license that they post in their window, or
Yes.
how would
Yeah,
somebody-
there's a license stamped with the seal. They're supposed to have that on premises. Usually I laminate it and deliver it to them once the license is paid for, so. If anyone sees someone operating without that, we could certainly follow up if it's brought to attention.
Al?
I know in the past, there was the seafood guy that would go around, and he was like a Friday night special until Saturday afternoon, and then he'd be gone, so. Back when Claus was here, reported it to Claus, and so he went on a Friday afternoon and caught the guy, and that was it. He operates either in the city or somewhere else, but he doesn't operate in Laurentian Valley. But that was a number of years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, the fees for it are fairly small, so I mean, and the stipulations are minimal. We just kind of want to know where they are, that they have permission, if there are other requirements to be met with, food safety and stuff like that, it's done. So it's, if they come in to see us, it's not usually a problem to ever do it. It's just, we need to know where they are.
We have more at one time, but they all moved to the city, so. Go ahead.
My other question was with regards to animal control, and it's showing a decrease of 110 or $1,100, and yet in our most recent, coming up later today, we have 14 animals that went to the SPCA, which are 14 cats. And it seems to be a trend. I think we're at 134 cats so far this year, which is way up.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly increase it. I think these we're trying to get, I guess the trend probably is going that way. Dean, I don't know if you have anything to add really
Yeah,
here.
no, I think, it's contracted services, so as you can see, 3-year average is 32. I mean, this year we're at 21 or 22,000 as of today, and we're rolling around 30, so it does fluctuate, and this is, cat situations are heavy at this time of year because people are finally calling to say, this is not my cat. Well, you fed it all year, and then now it's not my cat because it's getting wintertime and something has to happen. So I'm never dealing with that constantly. So it's a moving target, but I'm pretty comfortable with the amount we have there, to be honest.
Go ahead, Ryan. You good? Are you suggesting we raise the license?
I think we'll probably talk about it in tonight's meeting.
Okay. Well, this is budget time, but, okay. Okay, Sean. Thanks, Brett.
Just to confirm, we're good on the rest of these sections here. They're emergency management. We did by lottery, building, and fire. That where we can move on. There's no other questions.
Keith?
One other, for the revenue under fire, can you explain where the revenue comes from? Is it strictly from insurance companies?
There's some permit revenue there, but the driver of it is when we bill back insurance companies or people that have had a motor vehicle collision, like when we do those bill backs. That's the driver, the real big portion of that revenue. But there are when they get their fire, I think it's, I'm not.
Recreational and
Yeah.
open air burning fire permits,
Yeah.
and there's a significant, not a significant, but I would guess there's probably a couple, $5,000 in permit fees for sure. Now, again, I guess it comes down to, you wanna raise those, I mean, you're trying to get compliance, you're trying to get control, so it's one of them things, if you put it too much, then people are taking more chances, which doesn't help our process either, but I would say, like Sean said, the insurance is certainly the bulk of the calls, of the money, but there is, 5,000 probably roughly, I'm
Right,
guessing.
no, the question was more just for my own information than anything else. Thank you.
Brian?
So with regards to the revenue from insurance companies, what is the issue with the delinquent accounts there then? Or is it a challenge to the billing?
I
Chal-
think,
Insufficient
the-
insurance?
well, I think the issue is insurance companies swing a pretty big stick, and sometimes they just don't respond. So whether it falls under the policy that the person had or how we're, like, I don't know, I'm not in that game, but I know that the trend of them paying is decreasing.
It's a difficult to chase them down. I know Kim does a lot of work to try and certainly chase them down, but it is becoming more difficult, as Sean's saying. And I think we've committed ourselves in 25 to looking at that whole thing, and that'll be coming back to council at some point, because we either got to get better at it or get out of the game, one or the other, because it's not fair to people that are playing. You get, and then, we always get the ones that accident happened and don't have insurance, so then what do you do? Now, are we starting to sue these people to get our money? So we're treating people a little differently sometimes, so it's getting more difficult, and I know we've chatted with the fire chief and the staff, and we're gonna try and get stuff quicker because we got the OPP to get in here, you need reports, you need all that stuff, we need just to compile stuff quickly right after the accident, get it to them, and then see what we get and chase them down to a certain point. But I guess ultimately, it comes down to whether there's some value in going to small claim court to get it. Well, you're chasing a $3,000 bill, is it worth putting some aggravation to get? So that's the dilemma we're in, so that's an ongoing thing, and I know the finance department is committed to reviewing that, so we'll review that process and see if we can get better at it or make adjustments some way.
Al?
Do we need some type of push at the provincial level for legislation that says that insurance companies must pay for, the cost of a fire department for an accident? It's either that or the fire department's not gonna go out anymore.
Well, it's something like that. I guess the other thing is we need to kind of get more legal kind of interpretation of saying, is the insurance company, do they have any choice to pay this, or is that out their luxury depending on what you purchase an insurance company? Some pay it, some don't. Is that fair to, that's not that's each customer buys their own insurance, so, so then the question is, well, my insurance isn't paying, so do you come after me then personally? So that's what we gotta talk about then. That's,
See, I think from the department that's sending them out, it's nice to send to the insurance company.
Yeah.
But the insurance company says they're not paying. They don't correspond with us and say, no, we're not paying it. It sits there in perpetuity, and we follow up. When in reality, it probably, for collection purposes, should go to the person, and they go through their insurance to pay it. But now we're sending invoices to potential residents or people that have just been in an accident and saying, oh, well, here, now you can take that to your insurance company. And then that becomes, it's hard to take on the other end of the phone call. So the practice here has been send to the insurance company, but it's declining how much they're paying. Now some we are still collecting, there's still some that come back and we are collecting, but seems to be more and more that we're just not hearing. So that's what we're doing. So what I'm saying is, for the purposes of the revenue, is I think we should just be conservative on we probably could go to 85,000 or 90,000 or whatever, but I don't know we're gonna collect all that, so then we're into how are we covering that uncollectible and blah, 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 and down the road we go. That's all.
Okay,
Okay,
planning.
all right, planning and development. So in this section, we have planning, development charges, and drainage. In planning, so revenue, we just are showing a slight increase. We do have a decrease overall of about 40 grand. This is, what we've done here is we have the wages and benefits increase. We had a line item for zoning and official plan of 40,000. We have it at 20. If that goes over, if we have that project go over that amount of money, pull the remainder from working capital, because what's happened in the past, we've had that line item there, and if it wasn't used, it was really, it offset or got rolled into the surplus, operating surplus or deficit, which goes into either working capital or capital reinvestment. So what we've done is we said, okay, well, we think we're gonna need, well, I'm not quite certain exactly what we're gonna need, but we have 20,000 there. When we go through that process, if we need more, we would pull from that previous taxation. And then the decrease in the CIP grant, what this is, okay, is, and it's a weird number, 17,274, but what we have a CIP reserve, and we've done in the past. Last year, I think we had 41,274 in reserve. So I think it's probably on here. 42,274. We said we're going to spend 42,274. We're going to pull that from reserve because the uptick isn't big on our CIP program. But all we're really trying to say is that's the maximum amount we can spend because that's what we have in reserve, and we'll pull that from reserve. Well, what I've done this year is I've kind of estimated, and I haven't done the same methodology, but I've said we'll have a $25,000 CIP program, but we're still pulling $25,000 from reserve. So that's why that is a decrease there. So you'd see a decrease on transfer from reserves in that same amount. So that's what the driver of this section is at this point. Development, okay.
So the numbers on expenses don't add up, and have you kind of estimated up and down in a bunch of these sections there, because that comes up to minus 32 or
yeah, and the
32?
reason why and in all the sections they don't add up completely, it's because I'm just trying to take what are the kind of the bigger items out of these sections. Yeah, and I know because when I think, and I won't speak for you, but I know that these are probably if you went line by line down, you'd say, okay, what's happening here? What's happening here? Yeah, so I know the math there doesn't math to the total top line, but it's not intended to. Okay, development charges. So here we're anticipating spending about 30,000, and this is for development charge study, but this would be funded from our development charge reserve fund. So again, if the study is more or less than the 30,000, then we would pull more or less from our development charge reserve fund. And we're only allowed to pull from that reserve fund for a certain amount of growth related items. An update to your development charge study is considered can be fully funded from that reserve fund. So that has no real effect on taxation, but I just wanted to highlight it that is a project that we would be working on in 25. And then municipal drains. Again, there's not a lot of difference here, but I will note that what we haven't shown in this budget is the work for Pleasant View, the drainage work. That's because the majority or a lot of that work will be billed back to the users through taxation. So it really doesn't touch our revenue and expenses. So the work that we pay for it, it basically gets set up as a receivable that we would bill back to the people that are tied into that drainage area. So because I know that is ongoing at this point in time, and that's not included here. I've just presented in our budget other drainage expenses that we would be responsible for. So total for this part of the budget, it's about $340,000 that we would need to generate from our tax levy to fund these services. So I'll pass it back again if there's any questions.
No, I think maybe we'll take a 10-minute break right now.
You want?
No?
Yeah, okay.
You okay to do that?
Yeah, I'm fine with a break.
Okay.
We'll come back if there's any questions.
Okay, we're back at it, our budget this afternoon. Sean?
So there's no just reiterate, there's no questions for planning and development, because I know we kind of cut that short. We good? All right, seeing none. I'm going to probably skip over this section. Nevada has a dentist appointment, should be back shortly, but so I'm just going to skip through to transportation, and then if when we're through this section, we can go back. If she's still not back, that's fine, but if she is, that's great. So in transportation, I'll let everyone flip through, because I got to flip through the same time. All right, it appears that most people are close. So the Public Works budget under transportation, so we have a decrease in revenue in this section of 70,000. 5,000 of that 70 is our aggregate royalty. This has been trending down recently, or in past years, so we were bringing this down to what we ballpark think the actual would be. We do have the $30,000 decrease in Public Works rentals. This is the main driver of this decrease is our Highway 41 garage that we rent out. We've been informed that Miller's will likely be moving on, and so we're only factoring about half a year of rent in that facility. So we will take a bit of a hit on our revenue there. And then we have a $31,000 decrease in equipment sales. We don't feel, or we don't anticipate that we would have a lot of surplus equipment to sell. So that's what makes up those areas. In our expenses, we have an increase of 57,400. 30,000 of that is wages. We do have the almost 90 or just over $91,000 for the debt servicing costs, which we talked about in debt, which is the main driver is Roy Street. But then we have a $61,000 decrease in studies. Now, this section, and I will apologize, I do this a little bit differently than I think maybe in the past, but what I've done here is I've taken, and I know it's hard to see, but there's a lot of sections in Public Works, like asphalt, sweeping, shoulder, gravel, curb and gutter, and those go all the way down a lot of categories. So what I've done is I've summarized them on a page where where I have the increase or decrease from budget to budget. So in asphalt, we're showing a $15,000 increase, but in shoulder maintenance, a $5,000 decrease. In gravel, we have a $50,000 increase. I'll just remind everybody back to a year ago when we proposed the 2024 budget was we were seeing very substantial increases in gravel costs. And what we've attempted to do and over the past and are continuing in this budget to do is to still have about 10 kilometers of gravel road program. What we did last year is it's similar to, I guess, if we go back to what we talked about in wastewater today, what we did last year to offset some of that increase, to keep that 10 kilometers of what we could do, we pulled $100,000 from the levy stabilization reserve, and we have not recommended doing that again this year. The idea behind that was we saw increase, the levy stabilization reserve is that it's there when you see increases or spikes in costs that you can kind of offset that. But we have not seen the decrease in actual gravel costs. So I'm sure we'll come back to this item, but I just wanted to reiterate that we have in the proposed budget about 10 kilometers and some work on some seasonal roads. Other than that, I don't know if there's other areas here that we want to touch on, but we'll get to, in all, it's an 81,000, between all these categories, it's about an $81,000 increase. This slide here tries to show the gravel road, the 2025 gravel road program. So if I'm reading this correctly, it's the yellow, correct, Mark? So we have SARS Lane, Darwin's Road, not sure if I pronounced it right, Davers Road, Station Hill Road, and Maves Road. And then I guess we're almost close to the end here, but and then if I move on a little bit further, we have our airport, We're just recommending a small increase to keep with, I guess every year it increases about $500 to $1,000. So the total cost, the total effect on the levy to the taxpayer for public works is about $3.155 million. And I know there'll be questions here, so I'll turn it over to the chair for questions.
Okay, anybody want to start?
So yeah, I guess you knew there was going to be questions about gravel, and I get it that we're trying to meet our 10-kilometer per year, but I'm just suggesting that in a tough year like this, that maybe we scale that back by the $50,000 and next year have a look at maybe upping it back up again. Just it's a really tough year, and I think there's a spot where we could actually save something this year, stay at the same level as last year or a little bit below, and then try and pick it up again next year if next year hopefully is a little bit easier of a year. That's just my suggestion on the gravel.
Mark, you want to respond?
Okay, sure. Yeah, so I guess with a couple of options with that. So in 2022, our gravel costs per kilometer were about $11,500. Over the last 2 years, we're probably in the $22,000 per kilometer. So our gravel costs have almost doubled. So we've been with the 80 kilometers of road, we're trying to hit sort of that 8 to 10-ish kilometers a year. This year, we did put money in the budget, and that's part of the increase is to focus on seasonal roads. It's something that I know we're falling behind on, and I know I'm sure as council members, you're probably getting as many calls, or if not more than that, what we are from some of those residents, or from those camp and property owners. So I guess if we can look at two options, we can potentially remove the seasonal road work and sort of do our sort of minimal maintenance on them for this year, or potentially we're in that 20,000 kilometer range in the maintained roads, and we can roll that back as well. Now, I guess Councilor Wren, as you said, or maybe skip this year and try to gain back in another year. But if I'm just fearful if we take 2 off this year and 2 more next year, all of a sudden we're down to doing 5 or 6 kilometers, and to get that 75 and 80 kilometers kind of the end of a gravel road program, where there's not going to be much material left, and we're a long time to get there. So. There's a couple options to look at if there was looking at some savings for this year.
Brian?
So the other side of the balance sheet is you're estimating a 30,000 decrease in revenue because of rent on 41. Do we know, have they given notice? Do we know that they are moving? Have we started to try and rent that to recoup some of that 30,000, and then we have the money to do that?
Yeah, so it's only a verbal discussion now. I did reach out to them within the last month just to see where we were at with our, because our contract ends at the end of March next year. Because they've been awarded a significant portion of the provincial collection contract, they basically need to double the size of their fleet, which they think they've essentially outgrown our home. So they just, they'd like to extend on a month-by-month basis until they kind of know what's going on with the provincial contract and find a new home. But at some point they will go next year. We just don't know. We don't know when yet. So it's we haven't been able to renegotiate a lease, as we don't know the final termination date with Miller right now.
That's a tough one for us for sure. I can see that they're going to grow. We don't have enough indoor facility there for them if they start to grow, right?
Yeah, so what they explained is that the way it works is that the provincial trucks cannot be used on municipal contracts, so if they have a fleet of 12, they'll need 24. And that's kind of the number they're looking at, and the possibility of 24 trucks in that area just doesn't fit.
So how much notice do they need to give us?
I'd have to look back at the contract. It's a couple of months in there. I can't remember. I'd have to look back at the wording again. So, yeah, we are willing. I mean, we don't have a tenant now, and it's a fairly good contract for us. So, I think even if there was an option to extend for 3 or 4 months, that may get us, halfway, 3/4 way through the year at the set rent we have now before having to renegotiate. So, unfortunately, the provincial process seems to be slow, so it's not easy for them to say this is when we're done. And with the 2025 collection, Some of the provincial collection does start, but they're allowed to co-collect, partially for us and the province through our transition. So there may be, a good chance it could be with us a better part of next year. We just, and they don't know that and we don't know that. So we're just trying to be fair with them and kind of work together to get through it.
Okay, yeah, obviously at some point we're gonna have to, move forward and put it up for rent and then negotiate if we do find someone else to move in. Back to the gravel for a minute. Mark, the gravel on the seasonal roads, you're saying we have kind of lacked a little bit on it and we're starting to get calls on it?
Yeah, so we have quite a bit. We did have some excess material at Allison Fraser, and we did have probably 500 or 600 loads of material that came out of Roy Street that went to the seasonal roads. And then we had a stockpile of recycled asphalt that we did try to top up with and do some works this year. But it's more getting into the surface. There's culverts that need to be replaced. There's some drainage improvements. And it's fine to say we keep putting gravel on top, but there's 30 and 40-year-old steel culverts that are collapsed and aren't flowing water anymore. And even though they are a forced road, there is some minor ditching works that need to be done so that every year the water isn't flowing over the roads anymore. So it's a little bit of both. I think it's far beyond the surface. It's more, some of that infrastructure improvements on them as well.
So your recommendation is not to touch that amount?
We would like not to. I think originally I would say I did come with a higher number, and before we even got here today, we've already scaled that back a little bit. This number also includes our annual dust suppressant, which is probably 50 or 60,000 of that number just for the dust suppressant. So, you take into almost 20,000 a kilometer for our gravel roads, and this number is getting smaller and smaller. So,
okay. Anything else for Al?
Well, just the other question I had was rural storm. So we've only spent 30,000 last year, and we're budgeting 75,000 this year.
yeah. So through this we have a mistake in our budget. Some stuff went to capital that needs to come back to here. So the numbers will be closer, if not already over, for 24. There was a capital component for some culvert replacements, and we were trying to figure that as well, why this was low, and it appears that a couple of our road cross culverts that were to be charged to the rural storm went to a capital component. So,
And then one other one, the contracted service for spray, 55,000. We were 40 already this year, but the 3-year average is 8. So what did we change?
So the difference this year, we tried the 3-year mower rent, or 3 months mower rental. In that contracted services was only weed spraying for wild parsnip and poison ivy.
Okay.
The increase from this year was for that mower rental, and we'd like to continue with that next year. And then it's the mower rental and having someone come in to do the roadside weed spraying for us. That's the two numbers that make that up.
Is that an expensive piece of equipment, like 40 grand just to rent it? That's quite a bit of rental.
Yes, yeah. And we looked at possibly buying something. We'd probably be in $250,000 to $300,000 or $300,000 range to buy it. But the challenge is the way it's set up is that it has sort of this side mower on it, and we can't use it for anything else. So basically it's a grass cutting machine, and we're sort of limited with it. We've been trying with our fleet to do things that are more versatile that we can use throughout the year, and we did see a lot of benefit. We had very, very few calls for brushing roadside mowing, and we're gaining, and this is something maybe we look at after another year. We could potentially purchase a smaller farm tractor like some other road authorities do. Like some rent, some own ones like this, and there's been a mixture, but it's kind of a hybrid machine that does brushing and mowing at the same time, so we're not sending two different machines.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, you had a question? No. What about the, Mark, obviously you're getting hit because we're trying to find money, right?
Yeah, for sure.
The 40,000 for building repairs and maintenance, what's going on there?
Yeah, so a big portion of the budget for that is in the works garage, the Highway 41 garage, and the fire hall. There are oil water separators in the floor that need to be cleaned, and there's some maintenance on them. They are probably in the range of $7,000 each. So that's basically half that budget is just to clean our 3 oil water separators. So, and then there's some other maintenance activities and things around, and that number catches sort of some other components of our facilities and that as well. It's not just like, so say for the garage here, it's some of our other public works facilities. So, but the big increase in that is because of it's not every year we have to do it, but we're due to have the company come in and vacuum out all the floor drains and the containment tanks.
Okay.
Would that be part of the net rent on 41 for them to pay that expense?
So it's something we didn't include in. We still own the facility, so they took over all the heating, all the hydro, including the snow country office. So that was kind of one of the concessions we gave, is we kept that part of it, so.
Okay. Al?
Just shoulders contracted services, like we only spent under $3,000 and we're budgeting 40, and that's contracted services.
Yeah, so we made a decision because of some other things going over the budget to not spend that money this year. We wanted to kind of keep our bottom line on par, so we decided not to do shouldering this year to try to help offset some other things that were going over budget on us. Okay. So we'd like to get back, because really we did no roadside shouldering this year to try to save that money.
We're not doing very well.
And I would just, to add, I do have a slide near the end that kind of summarizes operating, and I think you'll see when we take out some of the factors that are really pushing us, is the budget is, like, it's pretty, I wouldn't say thin, because it's not the right word, but it's been pared and looked at. So anyway, I know what we're trying to do, but maybe when we get to that point and have it all together, you'll kind of see the big picture. I think that will make some good sense, I hope.
Okay. Can't knock us for trying. Okay.
Dean got there before you.
Okay, is that it for that section then? Any more questions, comments? Go back to recreation then, Sean?
Yeah, we'll go back now that we have him out of here. So I'll let everyone flip. All right, so the first section in recreation is library, and we do have an increase of total increase of 10,100. That's really due to our contract with Pembroke Public Library. So now that we know what we're going to be paying. We've budgeted for that increase. We haven't increased the revenue at all. The grant that we still receive, I'll just wait till maybe we're not ready yet. Sorry, apologies. We're good. Okay. So we still anticipate receiving the same grant. That we would turn around and pass that over to the Pembroke Public Library. But the main increase in this section is our contract with the library, now that we know what that increase is going to be. And I'll note that our increase from 145 to 155, we had budgeted the 145 not knowing exactly what our contract would be, so the increase from year to year in the contract isn't 10,000. It's a little bit less than that, but just from this budget to last budget, because last year at this time we weren't sure what that was going to be. So just so it's not 10,000 a year increase, but I'm not sure exactly what that number is. But anyway, I'll move on. Into the recreation section here, we do have a substantial decrease in revenue, or at least it looks that way here. But the the grant that we had budgeted last year was, I believe it was for the active transportation, and then we had a donation. Well, we recorded as in a donation revenue item from Allison Fraser Recreation to offset some of the costs for the floor replacement. So that's why that revenue is taken out. They were kind of one-time revenue items from last year. But the increase in expenses here is we've increased 28,760. 3,500 of that is wages. We have 3,500 increase in events, and we've anticipated 9 potential recreation events. We do have a slight decrease for the volunteer services awards. We think we can save 1,500 by having it at a recreation center. And then the big item is the joint recreation agreement. This is very hard for me to budget for because of the timing difference when we do the budget to when we get the final numbers from the city. So we've budgeted $425,000 for the actual agreement. We have increased 1% levy increase, or so we want to take that, we want to have a $68,318 to put towards our 5-year commitment to the pool refurbishments. We said we would, I forget the exact, what our agreement, 33 or 25, whatever that percentage number is. We'll know that probably in Q1 of 2025, but what we did last year is we took 62,000, we'll take this 68,000, we got ourselves on to a pretty good start to cover our portion of that. Now, we'll also note that we would likely use some of this $68,000 for this other group, the joint committee for the facilities that we have formed so we have 3 council representatives, they have 3 council representatives, and we're going through the process of a bigger picture, what's going to happen in the area. We have not included a line item specifically for that, but the intent is we would use some of this 68 plus last year's 62 to, when we get it all reconciled of what we're going to owe for the current refurbishments and what we need, that's where that pot of money would come from. So that's why we have an additional 68,000 in the budget for that. So that's that line item. Okay. Parks, a total decrease here, very small decreases. And I mean, I can certainly go 4,000 decrease in Stafford Park maintenance. That's to be in line with the 3-year average. We have, this is a pretty small slide here. I'll go to the grants to Recreation Association slide. What I did here is I moved Mixburg just for the purposes of budgeting into this area, just so we can kind of look at it all together. So in 2024, we supported about 116,700 to grants to other association or to our recreation associations. And then in 2025, you'll see the increase. Now, we did reach out to some recreation groups. Pleasant View Park came and did request a $3,000 increase, so from 5 to 8, and they had some line items, or Forest Lee, my apologies, Forest Lee. They did have some line items of where they want to spend that $3,000, and we did have a request from Allison Fraser to increase to $40,000, and this, they've seen some increase in costs. They've lost, I think, a bingo slot, so they've kind of have a double whammy on some of their items. So, in speaking, and we had some conversations, and so what I presented in this budget was, I know at some point in time, I believe before my time, that the township was trying to get different levels of grant funding. So I have increased basically everybody, except for the Mixburg group, but basically everybody to be in line with each other. So if Forest Lee was getting 5 to 8, well, then the other 5,000 one went to 8, and then same with Allison Fraser and I think Shady Nook. So this was in conversations we had. This is for council discussion, and Nevada can probably speak to more of her conversations with Forest Lee and Allison Fraser. Maybe I'll leave it here before we get to community development, if there's questions, if that's...
Keith?
Hearing what you said, should the amounts not be based on an actual budget submitted to a recreation coordinator, as opposed to just topping up the funds? Like, you look at recreation as a total and the amount of dollars we're actually spending, it's huge. It's huge. Yeah. So every $3,000 difference is going to make a difference. And I think it should be predicated strictly on a budget submitted by that individual group.
So they did submit a budget, Allison Fraser, that I believe we do have copies. So Allison Fraser did submit a full budget. with the request of the 40,000. That's where that came, that's why we increased that to 40, because they came forward, we reached out and said, you know, what's your budget request, et cetera, and they came back with that. So that's where that one came from. So I don't know.
It's each of the other increases.
For sure.
That you topped up from 5 to 8.
Yep.
Like,
But the concept here, the discussion here is because we worked hard to get certain levels of park at the same amount. So, you know, we're not penalizing anybody. We didn't want the discrepancies of different numbers. So, meaning like if we gave Allison Fraser 40, and then now we're Shady Nook is at 34, are we leaving it that way? Do we want to do that? Or do we do a one-off? If Allison Fraser is asking for 6,000, is it just because they want to do a new thing for this year and it's a one-off, and then next year back to 34? There's that concept too. But the crux of the discussion we've had probably 3 years ago, and a lot of discussion about it, is to bring certain ones, everybody got the same amount at certain levels of park. So the ones with indoor, or like rinks and everything else got 34. The smaller parks that didn't have buildings got another number, and then Pleasant View and Forest Lee got a different number. But they're the same, and we kept them the same.
but if we top one up to $8,000 from 5, and they
Yeah.
don't use that money, are we gonna continue doing that the year after and year
well-
after and year after?
That's why we should maybe to see, the discussion here should maybe be, Allison Fraser, are you just saying you need 40,000 in perpetuity? And I don't know, maybe Nevada knows the answer to that. Or is it just this year because we need to, you know, sand or put sand on the ball field for this year, and then next year you can go back to 34?
Well, I think management is a good part of that, in doing that.
Yeah.
Do you actually need that?
Yeah.
And will it go on forever?
Well, I think Nevada has the answer to that probably.
So for Allison Fraser, I believe they want to be topped up to 40, and that on a continuous basis, because I've gone to a lot of their meetings and seen their financial statements throughout the year, and they do struggle to keep things like out of the red. So I do believe that that's probably something that should be considered. And then Forest Lee is just a one-time this year. They have some extra projects they'd like to work on. So that's,
Okay, so
So, like-
Alan, you're first, then Betty.
So I agree with Keith. I struggle with that we're just going to, because one person asks for X, we're gonna give everybody X. I got an issue with that. I think an increase for any of the rec centers, it should come to council or committee of council to be discussed and look at what the reasons are that they need it. Is there some way that council can help rectify the situation that caused the loss in bingo money, for example? Is there something that the municipality can do to rectify that? But if they can justify, well, we need an extra 6,000, and council agrees to that, then I think we move forward. But I don't, like, if Shady Nook doesn't need it, like, why do we give them X amount of money more if they have enough to do it this year? Or maybe they only need 2,000. So they come and they plead their case to council that this is the amount of money we need in order to operate this year. And I think it needs to be done on a park by park basis, rather than just carte blanche. And like Keith says, if somebody that's getting 5, we give them 8, but they don't need it, now what? Next year, we give them another 3,000 that they don't need.
Betty.
Just to try and reiterate what Nevada is saying, what's happened with Allison Fraser is Allison Fraser Minor Sports gave them a bingo spot. We had a hard time getting volunteers to fill those bingo spots, so we split the difference with Fit and Feisty. So that took half of the budget right there. Then we received notification from Allison Fraser Minor Sports that they were going to take half of that time slot back for revenue to build their donation pot. So that they were going to then take half of that. So we've lost 3/4 of the revenue for that monthly bingo money, which is usually about $1,000 to $1,200 a month.
So in a situation like that, maybe you should look, hindsight is one thing, but look at what you had and what you gave away, and then what got taken away, then maybe you could have taken back the bingo time that you gave away. That could have been a possibility. I don't know how it was discussed, or or down the road, but.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to talk to Fit and
Okay.
Feisty as yet,
Okay.
but then we're back to, again, having the volunteer base to be able to work those bingos.
But discussed before, that possibly if, and Alan alluded to it, that if a group is having issues, whether it's volunteers, whether it's whatever, come to council. Because maybe we can help in a way through Nevada to find more volunteers. You know,
I believe that's why Shady Nook gave up their bingos altogether because they didn't have volunteers, is that correct?
We're still doing bingos.
They went back, because I know at the meeting we had, they had mentioned they were going to give them up.
They had taken a bit of a break because they were finding it hard to find, but now they're back at it again.
anyways, yeah. I just think that there's a couple of things that need to be looked at, and I think each group we need to sit down with. And as Alan said, find out, like, how much is in your bank account? What do you plan on doing with that? Do you have a long-term goal? And I talked to Chris about that, and I think we're starting to work on that, you in Nevada. But if you've got $100,000 in the bank and we're gonna give you another $6,000 or $2,000, is that money required? So I think we really need to focus on what Nevada and Chris are doing is, let's get these long-term goals going. So, you know, maybe you don't need as much money this year because, you know, the goal you've reached, you've done it, and you're gonna slowly start to build up your reserves again. But I think it has to be based probably more on what each group is required, according to what Keith is saying. Now, I did speak to Elizabeth at Allison Fraser and another group, just saying, you know, this is, for the years I've been mayor, this is probably the toughest budget I've ever seen. So there are going to be things that are going to have to not happen as far as finances given, and this area, if council decides, might be one of them. Survive one more year, let's sit down, let's talk about your goals, and as I've mentioned, and then move on from there. Sean?
So just a couple of things. So I just want to be clear that Nevada did not bring these forward and suggest this. This was not her idea to come and say, let's, you know, do this. So I don't want to have the heat on Nevada for the way this is presented. The reason we presented it this way, since I've started, which isn't that long ago, they've all got equal. So this was the presentation to say to council, if that's the wish, this is what the cost would be. Now, secondly on this though, is I totally agree that process-wise would be the groups come, and they did come in 24. All groups did come and present to council. But we're at the budget process where, so we can't rewind time midway through 25 to say, well, how should we have adjusted our budget? We have to put something in these line items. So I think knowing that Forest Lee has requests for a couple items for $3 extra thousand, I think this section of the budget would be best served to stay as the operating section or the stable funding section, which would mean for knowing that they're likely going to come and sit in front of council and say, we need $3 extra thousand for a gazebo, a big rock or something like that. Memorial stone, replacing gazebo, storage shed, enclosed fence around to offer pickleball, and then they have some trees and shrubs for the trail and park. I think what I would recommend, if we think that just on the surface that sounds okay, we would take the $3 extra thousand for Forest Lee, move it into a different line. I think LV grants to others, or one of the other items where it's like application based, basically, that at least we know that they're coming to ask for that because we've asked them for their budget request, and then at least we have an item there. If it's a one-time off, yeah, council approves that later on. Then I would suggest then that we scale back on the other requests, other than I think the key point here is Allison Fraser has come with a request with a full budget saying they likely need 40. So I think that I can scale back the other groups to what they're originally, or what they got in 24, move $3,000 into another line item for application base, so this stays kosher or the same. But then I think the decision factor has to be, what are we doing with the Allison Fraser request at this point in time? If that stays 40, that's somewhere in between, or if that's back to 34. That's, I guess, what I would seek direction on.
Brian?
I guess when I look at this, Allison Fraser's looking at a 15% increase The LV Trail's coming looking for 22% increase.
They haven't come looking for that increase.
No, but
Yeah.
that's what it is, but again, is,
But only Allison Fraser and Forestry have come asking for money. All the other groups have not asked for more money.
Yep.
It's all Sean's idea.
For the recreation people, I would say, yeah, sure. That's my idea. They do great work.
Go ahead, Brian.
I guess it's a question of if we just give them whatever they want and we're the only source of revenue, then we continue to be the only source of revenue. If we don't, then they have to look at other sources. And I keep harping on, if you go skating at the PMC, Laurentian Valley Residents Pay Skating, that we have an opportunity on the LV Trail to generate funds that we would need no increase, and they could totally self-budget entirely between the events they do there and have revenue and surplus. We got to look at the revenue side, not just the expense side all the time.
Go ahead, Nevada.
Well, if you look at their budget, they outline all their sources of revenue. It's the first page of their budget, and they are being quite generous with some of their revenue, because if you look at the actuals, so they're hoping to bring in more funds, but at the same time, there's with the 40,000 increase for us to give them a larger grant.
Dean.
I'm gonna go back and take it back a step. I know that we had some serious conversations 3 years ago to get everybody to a certain level, and we continue to do that as an operating grant based on the level of services. For one to come back now and say, we need to maintain, our costs have gone up and we can't do it anymore, and it's not for a specific project, because I think when we look at Forest Lee, they have a project, so that's a one-off. You give them that, they've applied for it, they've asked for it, council can agree to give it to them, but their base funding is a certain amount. And it goes as well with Pleasant View, the same base funding amount. Now we're going to, Allison Fraser's requesting an operating grant funding, and they're going to 40. My thought process on a discussion we had 3 years ago is, why isn't Shady Nook going to 40? I mean, just because they may be making more revenue, maybe they have a different project base, maybe they have a different base, they're still, from our perspective, they are running a facility that is equivalent to the Allison Fraser. Now, and again, that's the way we've ranked them that way. I guess the question to me is, all of a sudden, if Allison Fraser comes up and they get this big source of money, and then all of us, they get some income, are we gonna claw the 40 back? So we're going down a path that we're going to be, we discuss this every year. It's the same discussion. And we got to a level where each park was identified in a grouping, and that amount gets there. Now, if we want to lift one, that's fine, but I caution, I think we should be lifting, I agree with Sean, what he's presented here, is we should probably be lifting them all, unless it's a project-based funding application for a certain amount, that next year goes back to that original amount. That's just, from a history of going back, that's what we did. We did a lot of work to get to there.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that I've actually spoke to each of the chairs, and honestly, the ones that didn't ask for money are happy with what they're getting. So, and I know Shady Nook, they have such a large amount in their bank account because of the COVID. So they were able to generate income over 2 years. So they have a nice nest egg there. So they probably won't need any assistance for a long time. So I think they're kind of a special group. But honestly, talking with them all, none of them really need any more money at this point.
Betty, do we know what Allison Fraser does have for funds? Because it doesn't mention any bank balances.
I can get that and bring it back to council. I know we've been dipping into the bank account quite often, but I will get the exact dollar amount.
Yeah, because I see in 2023, lost like $18,000.
But yeah, with having, like I said, we've got a grounds person or maintenance person, which we're going to have to probably turn to 2 once he retires, because we're having difficulty finding anybody that's got an interest in taking on all of those duties. And like I said, we've lost revenue. Where we have an issue is our hall capacity is not huge. So we're limited to the funds and events that Allison Fraser are able to host and provide to the community. Whereas a facility like Shady Nook, you know, they get the COVID, they get all of these other events because their hall capacity and their accessibility is a lot better than Allison Fraser. So in one respect, Allison Fraser is a little limited to what they can offer and what revenue they're able to generate. So bingo was a big help for us.
Right.
So again, lots going to depend. We gave half to Fit and Feisty to get them going as a revenue stream with grants and other things that are happening. You know, if they're on their feet and they no longer need that revenue from bingo, then maybe that's something we can claw back. But at the time when we were submitting for budget, we didn't have that.
Right.
So that's why the request came in.
Yeah, Alan?
So I agree with you at some point, Dean, on when we went to each committee getting the same amount. But that's back when Shady Nook was concerned with the amount that Allison Fraser was getting, and they were struggling. And that's more or less why we brought it up, so that everybody was at the same point in time. And that's good whenever finances are good and we're not dealing with budgets like we're dealing with this year. And I think we need to look at every single dollar there is there. Like Keith said, there's definitely going to be, based on what we're looking at later on today, some people that are going to have to decide if they keep their home or not, to pay taxes and water and sewer and everything else. And so I think it's prudent for us to look at every single dollar. Can Allison Fraser make it through this year without it? And we look at it again next year? I think that's something that we need to do. We need to kick it down the road this year. And that's my feeling.
Brian?
I look at Allison Fraser's budget here, and it's interesting that every year their budget for their grant from the township is greater than what it actually was. That should be the easiest figure to figure out almost.
I've had one conversation, and I think, and I don't have the history that the table may have, but I do believe it was at that level at some point in time ago. Like, I think there was higher at some point in time, and I think that the way it was explained to me was, like, I guess basically needed that, but they got slashed back down, and that's where they've kept it to, as that's where it was. I'm not sure how many years ago or not, but.
I believe the difference is we pay the insurance. So the insurance is estimated at a cost. So we cover some of the insurance for the rec centers, and that's why it's budget and actual are actually different, because Charlene at one point said, well, no, you have to include, you're not going to get that insurance part because we actually pay it, you don't. Okay?
We're gonna have to make a decision shortly, but I totally agree with Alan, and this is, as you said, it's the toughest budget we've had, and we've got to make some tough decisions. And, if Allison Fraser said, we're not gonna make it to the end of next year without that $6,000, and come back to us with that comment, then absolutely the township's gonna kick in somehow and find you some money. But I think for this year, I think we need to leave it where it is. It's $27,000, which is almost half a percentage point increase. And that's just my opinion. So, is council okay with leaving where it is at
So we need
this
to get a
point?
consensus here as to
Yeah,
so
that's
Sean
what
has
I'm
the
looking for.
direction, so.
Yeah. Wendy?
I kind of agree with what you said.
Okay. All right, consensus is go
leave
back to
them.
where.
So we're clear here, obviously, we're leaving them all, so that,
Yeah.
Forest Lee's not getting their,
Well, no, Sean suggested that the three go into a separate
okay, all right, as
one,
long as we're
because
clear.
it's a
Yeah.
one-time
Yeah.
grant, correct,
Yeah.
Sean?
Well, that's what I'm suggesting, but I need approval.
So,
Or I'd like
so
to-
I would support that it's a one-time thing, put it into grants to others, as long as we know in advance, okay? And it's not gonna be a recurring one again next year.
so the operating grants stay the same, is what we're saying. So
Yes.
the operating grants stay the same, except for the 3,000 going to the one-time
That would be
grant.
my suggestion, and knowing, and like Wendy said, I kind of agree with it too. I wish we didn't have to make that decision, but I think we have to.
Okay, so can we have consensus, that's what we're doing?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, so community development. So here we have an increase, thanks. Here we have a total increase of just about 42,000. 3,700 of this is wages. We do have, let's make it to the right page here. We do have in events, we have a $21,000 increase. But what we've done in that line item is we have a 10,000 of that increase is for 25th anniversary celebrations. And that second bullet point shouldn't be there, but we'll talk about that in a second. We've decreased advertising by 5,000. We have a $5,250 increase in LV sponsorships. That's the line, in this line item, we've consolidated from part of Nevada's sponsorship budget. We've consolidated that into community development because we're trying to get a handle on what is recreation versus what is community development versus what is internal/external group. Like it's kind of getting murky, to be honest, from a budgeting perspective. So what we did was from any event that is, what we're hoping to do is that any event that is not necessarily like recreational programming or is more of like enhancing community, we've tried to put that over into community development as one item where we're hoping that we can come back early in 2025 with a process with maybe 2 grant intakes where, you know, and maybe it's March or April, groups put in their application. We have X amount that we can divvy out in the first half, and then we do that again in the second half, just so that everyone has a fair opportunity to apply for some support for these types of events. So that increase in that line item, so I'm just wanting LV sponsorships. So that is a net zero because there's a money came from Nevada's recreation budget into this budget. So just want to clarify that. And then we have a $10,000 increase for community trail maintenance. So that is with the county of Renfrew, we have to pay $10,000 for 5 years. So that is where that's been budgeted. And I'll just go to the next bit before we kind of finish up. Take questions on community development, maybe grants to others. In LV grants to others, we have an increase here of $30,000. We've got $20,000 payment to the warming center that we've committed to. Mixburg Cultural Group Center, they typically get $2,600. We reached out to these groups as well. They are asking for $3,000, so an extra $400. PAX, I'm sorry, I don't have what they get this year or what they've traditionally gotten, but they have asked for $5,000, and I think that is, if I recall, a $3,000 increase, and that was to offset the to repair parking lot grading. So they've asked for that. And then we've also had the Historical Society, and Dean, maybe you have the actual name for this group, but we have not supported them in the most recent past, but at some point in time, I want to say in the late 2010s, we did support them, and they've, I guess they're having some financial difficulties, and they've reached out with a $10,000 ask. So that is presented in the budget for council's consideration.
And just so you know, that's the Champlain Trail Museum. It's known as something else now. I'm not exactly sure that, pardon? Heritage.
Yeah, sorry.
And they are in dire straits. They're on the verge of closing their doors, so it's a matter of that they're scrambling to a request. They made a request to us, and I'm sure they made a request to many others. But
that was the last minute addition.
Yeah.
That's why the change happened, and some of these sheets have changed, so that was a last minute addition.
yeah, so that's a decision of council.
So what advantage or what does Laurentian Valley have to do with the museum?
Well, we have a lot of residents that utilize the museum, basically a library scenario that they go there and, you know, there's instruction for kids and everything else that are Laurentian Valley. There's a lot of Laurentian Valley
No,
participation. Yeah.
that's why I'm asking. Alan and then Jennifer.
Did we not have that request last year?
I thought they asked for
And
5K the
They
last
asked
time.
I
for money
don't
last year,
recall.
and I think we turned them down.
Yeah, we did.
I don't recall. I can look in the folder, but yeah, maybe, not sure.
Yeah, we definitely got a request and we definitely turned it down last time. Jennifer.
When I first started on council, we had a committee. I was on that committee for my first 2 terms.
So we're probably participating then. We're probably putting funds into them then.
Correct.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, I guess I'll just finish up. I'll go to the last slide and we can go back for questions. So, I mean, this is based as presented, but recreation and culture would cost the taxpayer about $1.3 million for the services provided. So if you want to go back to community developments, we kind of wrapped up with recreation and some of the grants, but maybe I'll ask, is there questions on community development before we move into the grants to others?
Well, do we want to have a party next year for 10K or not? Brian?
I guess my comment on the 9 events, an event that would allow everybody to participate in equally and unlimited, everybody from the township, I'm in favor of that. If it's an event that has a limited number of people that will be able to partake in it, if it's 100 or 200, there should certainly be a charge for those people that.
Are you talking to these 9?
Yeah, the
events
nine
here?
I don't know what the 9 potential events are, but I'm just saying that
Okay.
there should be, if there's a limited number of people that can participate in it, then there should be a cost for that. But if it's open for everybody and everybody can enjoy it, then the taxpayers in general should pay for it.
Chris, could you elaborate on
This is
Yep.
Nevada.
Oh, this is Nevada.
Yeah.
Oh.
Know what you want to speak to them, what they are?
Okay, let me just get my notes here. So the events are the Ice Fishing Derby, Stafford Party in the Park, Junior Gardeners Competition, the Fall Flavors Festival. Now, we're working in partnership with Allison Fraser to run that event. Spooky Movie Night, the Christmas Float, Alice in Winterland, the Pleasant View Park event. Benita would like to do another partnership party that might become a yearly thing, so I budgeted for that, and then the potential of a new event for 1,500. And they're all open to as many people that want to attend.
So some of these events are coming out of the parks that we already support, to a point, like Pleasant View, like Allison Fraser, which is above their regular day operations, is what we're saying.
But I think the difference here is that Nevada is hosting the event as in Laurentian Valley. I mean, it's the park that's hosting it, but we're putting it on. So it's not, we could be putting it on in some other park. It doesn't matter. In this case, we're picking Pleasant View, but it could go to anywhere else. I mean, the group is helping out. Sure, they're partnering together, but Laurentian Valley is putting this event on. Same thing with the Spooky Night. It's being done at the drive-in. So that's kind of scenario. That one does,
Yeah.
because it's the first whatever for
200
so-
carloads.
I mean, it's open to everybody, but it's so we can only, it can only accommodate certain amounts. So I mean, that one, your comment, yeah, we have to, do you put a small charge against there? I don't know. Yeah, but that'd be.
And that event too, you're asking for food donations or whatever too, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they're not giving money, but they're giving food or whatever. No, it doesn't. But there's a cost of doing business, as I said to you earlier. We gotta get our name out there too, right? So it's gonna be very hard to sit here and say, okay, not one to the other or whatever, right? So they're all in or not.
Maybe I'll have, if there's on community development, so on the events that Chris has, maybe Chris, you want to speak to those events? I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So the 25th anniversary is obviously to celebrate our 25th anniversary, but it's actually a little bit more in detail than that. We've actually applied for a grant for that. So if we do get the grant for that, the amount that we would be getting out of that would be roughly $28,000 from PCH funding from the federal government. So that would be our component. So that's why that's baked in there. Another event that's in there is the Laurentian Valley Open House, which we discussed earlier this year that we wanted to do. The thing to consider that is if we get that grant's going to cover the cost of the open house. But I don't know if I'm going to get the grant or not, so I have to budget accordingly for both. The 25th anniversary, just like the open house, will obviously be open to everyone. There will be no cost. The 25th anniversary will have all kinds of things baked into it, but it really depends on if we get that grant or not. If we get that grant, we can kind of shoot for the moon and do a lot of exciting stuff, including entertainment, possibly some fireworks, all kinds of things. It's not set in stone. We just set some aside that our investment would be 10, and in the return we would get the 28. But if we don't get that, I still think it's important that we do celebrate that milestone anniversary, because you only turn 25 once. So that could see a reduction in cost if we do get that grant. Then that would go down $5,000, which would be a saving. But like I said, I can't account for that because I don't know if we're going to get it or not. And then there's other things baked into there too, which is the showcases that we notified we wanted to go to. Local Government Week, Small Business Week, some other showcases that we've identified might be interested in partnering with other municipalities. But those are really nothing considered to the larger cost, which is the 10 grand. So, but there is money baked in there, and it will all depend on kind of what we end up doing. That's kind of a placeholder, and we'll negotiate that depending on if we get the grant or not to decide what kind of celebration we have. But the idea would be that would be multiple events throughout the year to kind of continuously celebrate our 25th anniversary, and to be at different locations and open to the community and free for people to come to celebrate our 25th anniversary. So that in a nutshell is essentially where that cost came from, and obviously the increase for this year would be a one-time thing, because next year we wouldn't be doing that.
Thanks, Chris. Jennifer?
Did I hear you say there you were thinking about the open house?
Yes, so we have the open house baked into there. The open house is the same budget line for 5,000 that I had originally budgeted for the first take. But what I'm saying is that if we get the grant from the government, that cost will be covered by the grant. So you'll see a net reduction of $5,000 in that budget if we hopefully get that grant. But the only way for me to account this in the budget was to assume we don't get it and hope for the best, and that's why those two item lines are in there. But if we do get that grant, then this item line will be reduced by $5,000.
Okay, Brian?
So just from an investment standpoint for the taxpayers, when you're going to these showcases, would you be highlighting the subdivisions and the lots and properties that are available for sale in the township for people to move here for increased taxation, or?
We'd like to do everything. I mean, we're still working it out with Petawawa. This is still a little bit early because we are actually meeting with them tomorrow to discuss some opportunities to, they get significant discounts for things with some of their partners, and there's some showcases that we might be looking at, so we're not 100% sure with that. But basically what it would, we'd bring everything we have. We want to have properties, we want to have recreation, we want to have every possible thing we can do to sell Laurentian Valley. The reason why this would be a benefit to us is the cost reduction would be significant because of partnering with other municipalities to share a booth, or maybe take their booth one day, they take it the next day, share on travel, accommodations, all those kinds of things. So we're trying to partner with other municipalities who are trying to do the same thing, and what that trajectory would look like would have to be a full team effort with everyone on board to try to get as much as possible, so that that point of sale, that interaction with that person, gets as much value for the taxpayer as possible.
Okay. Sean, I guess a general comment, I know we've had a quick decision on it, that, and you've made today, that all these grants to everybody is getting more confusing all the time. And when I see Mixburg at, like, I'm not locking any of them, but you see Mixburg at the top for $5,700, and then you got their cultural center wanting $3,000. It just, got to have a better understanding, and I don't know how you go about trying to reorganize this, but there's got to be a way where it's a lot easier to.
Well, I think this is the byproduct of the reach out. So reaching out to say, hey, you know, we're supporting you. Like, what are you doing? And then they come and they say, well, actually our cost has gone up. And so it is very, for me as a treasurer, it's a little convoluted. We got stuff in all different parts of the organization on money going out. I think we need to look at, in 25, look at our whole grant structure across the board.
And create a policy.
Well,
Oh,
we
we have
have
that now.
one.
Yeah, we have-
Review the policy.
Yeah, we need to review it because we're asking these small groups to come with an audited financial statement as per the policy. And they're not, it costs them more to get an audited financial statement than it would to put 5 times over on a grant we're giving them. So that has to be looked at for sure. I don't know, but I mean, we've reached out to the groups because we wanted to have an idea at this point in time of the year so that when, 25 flips over, we're not, oh, you needed extra amount of money. This is why we came at this point in time of the year, and they've come and said, well, actually, yeah, we need $400 more, or we need. So for PACs, I'm assuming that the $3,000 extra is a one-time thing as well. But again, I can't promise that. But they want to do a project on their parking lot to grade it, I guess, and they're asking for support with that. So we've reached out and they've come back. So I brought it forward.
Okay, I guess one of the new ones in here is the Champlain Trail. Are you okay with the 10, or do you want to give 7 or 5, or? I don't know what the 10 is based on, because you really didn't get any more, right?
We got a letter from them that
You got a letter?
Have
Okay.
with me, but,
I can probably should I pull it up? Is that what I want to do, or where I saved it would be good to. Oh, maybe it's this one. Yeah. Okay, I'll pull this over. I mean, this is what they submitted to us. I don't think I want to read this verbatim, and I'm not sure how much time you want to take to read it, but they did. So I guess we gave financial support in 2018. That's the last time we provided it. They want to renew the partnership.
said 20% of the heritage visitors come members of Township of Laurentian Valley. 5 of the 12 board members are 5 of the 12 board members are Laurentian Valley residents.
So I guess back then, in 2018, as Jennifer, you mentioned, we probably had a representative
Yeah.
there.
Maybe Jennifer could give her time back to them.
Absolutely not, because all we did was talk about the pickle, which I found out is a fire truck.
Oh, it's Bickle. It's not big.
So I think.
Shows how much I paid attention.
I think this paragraph is the driver. We are currently facing critical financial and infrastructure challenges.
Which are estimated 125 heavy rainfall has exposed the extensive leaks in both Pioneer Home for Rank and formerly Stafford Township. Yeah.
Like, certainly, I'm for the Heritage Center, museum, whatever. We're gonna start getting letters from taxpayers saying we're on dire straits here on how much money we have to pay for taxes. Like, it's not gonna stop. It's tough all the way around, but if council wishes, we can give the money to the museum this year and review it next year.
How much is submitted now for request?
What's that?
10?
Wendy?
I don't feel that we can do that when we're cutting a lot of our own stuff here. I just don't feel like we have the 10,000 to give. I'm not saying I wouldn't support anything, but that's a lot for us this year.
Do you wanna look at a smaller number?
The alternative we could do, it's not going to change the budget necessarily, but we could not earmark it, for there. And we could, again, just kind of add that or some portion of that, because we're probably going to we haven't accounted for either things we're going to get throughout the year on random one-offs that they're going to come and they want money. So we could, take that 10, have it in an item where maybe you're not committing to 10 to that group. Maybe some more correspondence has to occur between us and them, and a report come to council or whatnot. But we could add that to another line item that is like a general, because we know there's going to be, can you support this? Can you support that? And I'm sure council is going to want to support some things that aren't in the current budget right now.
Al?
Would it be an option to commit to half and look at the other half in the second half of the year and see where the municipality is then?
Yeah, we could.
Noting that it's a tough year budget-wise and all bit, we can try to do 5, and we'll try to get you the other 5, but we'll have to see where we are halfway through the year.
Yeah, so what I would say is we could move that to the item, and I'll have to do some figure exactly where it goes, but where we would do the 2 intakes.
Okay.
And then maybe at that point in time, they submit a thing, and then if there might be other ones where they only get 2,000, and, you know, who knows?
But they'll commit to the first 5 is what
Yes.
the first
Okay.
5
Yeah.
is committed.
Patty?
Would we not look at something similar to them as we've done with our own recreation facilities? What revenue are you generating? What do you have in the bank? How are you, you know, that kind of thing, rather than just giving them money willy-nilly, and we really don't know where it's going or what it's for. Yes, they're saying it's for that, but what ideas do they have to bring in revenue? Where is money coming in? Are they getting any money from any other municipalities? Is it just us? And what's our $5,000 going to do if they're not getting money from anyplace else?
Okay. we can do
And by
that.
adding that in, that would kind of, if we added that to the intake phase, that we would solve that, where they would supply as part of that thing, here's what it's going for, here, and I think that would be fair, but I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
So why don't we just put it under review for now? We can say we're, you know, reviewing that, and
Yeah.
here's the information we require, and then council will make a decision.
Yeah, like I would move that 10.
Again, same as Wendy, I'm not opposed to donating money to very needy businesses, but like she said, if we're not, we don't have it for our own facilities and a lot of our own programs. But again, like Sean said, if they can come forward and say, you know, this is what we've got, this is where we are, can you?
Yep. Oh,
So just for Sean's budget purposes, we can say, put 5 aside, we'll wait until we get our information. If all the information comes in the way we want it, then we already have the 5 budgeted.
Correct. Yep.
okay.
Okay.
Okay with council? Yep, all right. Anything else under recreation for council? No, okay.
Okay, moving right along.
Corporate
So-
management?
Oh yeah, I didn't get there. I didn't do corporate. Yeah, this is good, great. This is great news, this one. See, I bookmarked it. I started with waste management. That's a good news story, and then corporate management. Now, what this, where do I start? Here we go. Okay, corporate management. So, what I did was, being an administration, being an employee of the administration piece, I thought it wasn't really fair for administration to claim all these good things in our part of the effect on the levy, because we get the OMPF, which is supposed to offset, you know, all of operating, and then we have student grants and other grants, and the other revenue line item, that's the cost of doing business, and that's billed out to places that the differential between Laurentian Valley and City of Pembroke stuff. So where it falls in the general ledger is in administration or general government. But in terms of trying to get council the picture of how much corporate management costs and how much, it wasn't fair for administration to actually claim this as ours, I guess. So I put it on its own to show how much money we're bringing in from these sources. So really, we bring in about just shy of 1.6 million to help offset those effects on levy that I just showed. I think transportation was over 3 million and recreation was almost 2, or whatever those numbers were. But we are seeing, so I've budgeted an increase of almost $20,000 in student grants. That's lofty, but I've taken, if we got our grant for the students that we apply for, which last year we did, so likelihood, we'll see. We do know we've increased our OMPF funding by just shy of 32,000. And then I'm, again, just estimating about a $95,000 increase in our cost of doing business that we've invoiced certain places. That's under, I guess, bylaw. We'll just move on. So that gives us about $1.5 million of extra revenue. So is there questions on that? Because I'll sum it all up here in a second. Okay. So this slide's going to show the summary of operating. So we went through and we said, waste management, we actually are in, we're bringing in $350,000 of revenue. And then general government's costing us 1.6. And I guess, Councillor Wren, this was the section where you probably wanted this in the other slides, but the 2024 comparator. Protection of persons and properties would cost about 1.9, planning and development, 340, and go down the list here. But you'll see transfer from reserves for operating. Last year we had 182,000. This year we have 75. The big difference there is the 100,000 we pulled last year from the levy stabilization reserve to offset gravel. That 75 is our development charges, the health and safety, that stuff that we spoke about then. We're going to transfer 2 operating reserves, $8,800, and that's for the election. Then we have the City of Pembroke payment in lieu. We've increased that to be more in line with actual. All right, then we have this corporate management that the OMPF grant, the student grants, and those types of things gets allocated there. So our operating levy went from 5.5 million to 6.1 million, which is $612,000 increase. And this is not this percentage at the bottom is not a levy percentage. This is just on each other. So it's about 11% increase in operating. And at first blush, that sounds like a lot, and it is, but the next slide sums up really, I think, what we should be looking at. We are not transferring $100,000 from reserves to offset gravel. So we got to take that's hit us this year in our comparison. We have the increase in policing of about 270,000, and then we have an increase in our debt payments of 90. So that would, if we have taken those out, we'd have about $5.7 million operating levy, and then it's a 2.6% increase. And that's what I was saying earlier was this budget has been pared fairly a lot, I would say, between when we've got managements and people's submissions. Yes, we have this policing that's hurting us, but we can't really control that, and we're not pulling from reserves to offset the operating. So if we take those 3 items out, we're at about 2.6% operating increase, which I think is fair. The reality is it's not that way because of those items, but that shows kind of sums up the rest of the. Now we also have 20,000 and something I got to make an adjustment for on some of the adjustments we've heard today, but that's operating. No capital, just operating. So that alternate, if there's any questions on that, and I'm not sure where we want to go because it is 4 o'clock, but.
Keith?
So, not to catch you off guard or anything, but year-end 2024, are we going to have a surplus? Are we going to run the line? Can some of those funds be used?
Yeah, I don't know. It's too early. We still have, a month and a half left. We're wrapping up capital projects that we haven't received all the invoices for. I could tell you it would be in a surplus, but I'll just say, I really don't know. And last year, I think the surplus we were in was about $15,000 or something like that. So it's not as if, I wouldn't be relying on being in a surplus for this year's budget.
There's no snow forecast for the next little while, maybe save
Yeah,
a few dollars there.
Yeah, true, maybe.
Well, I think, Sean, we should go through the capital budget.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I just want to make sure.
I think council's good.
Explain.
We don't meet till 5:30, right?
Oh, yeah, no, we can go till 4:30 or so, at least 4:30 or quarter to
Okay.
5, as long as we get a
I think we
chance
have some
to.
big ticket items in here that we should discuss.
Well, I guess a question for Dean is, if we get to a point and it's not complete, can that be added to pick it up tonight?
Yeah, we could do that too, if council wishes, we can do it at the tail end.
I can
We
just kinda
add
pick it
on
up?
The agenda, yeah, we can pick it up, yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Because ideally, we get through today what we need to get through.
Yeah, they do. I guess for staff perspective, if some of the staff members.
Yeah.
You're certainly welcome to stay, but if your section is done, you can go too as well, so I'm gonna leave it at that.
To him, if he wants to, you want to go, Brett, you're probably good.
I think Timmy will be done too, once we get to once we discuss Timmy's vehicle, he's done too.
Yeah, you
right?
can go too.
We'll do that.
I mean, there are a couple of capital items that are in, I know, Tim, you have a capital item, so you may wanna stay for that, but like I said, those that don't have anything there and
Yep.
feel that they're.
Tim, come on up and sit down there beside Sean. It's your time for fame.
Come on in, chief. But you're not up yet, so relax. Just relax, you're not up yet. So the capital part of the budget, so we're gonna go just through quickly capital financing, so how we can fund capital. The big piece is the capital reinvestment reserve, so that total contribution, per our policy is to increase by 1% of the previous year's levy. So we've proposed to have to generate for a capital reinvestment reserve, 729,000. So that's an increase of 68,318. Our estimated beginning balance of that reserve is about 150. Then we have other capital reserves, and council at their discretion can contribute. There's no policy saying every year we do X, but council at their discretion can put money into reserves. And we have proposed in this budget, as presented, to not put any into capital reserves. We estimate that our 2025 beginning balance of the fixed asset reserve, fire, and vehicle and equipment is about $560,000. And those are really the main capital capital reserves. So if we add all this together, we have the beginning capital reinvestment balance of 149. We add in what we're going to contribute to in 2025. Then we have our other capital reserves, plus our 2025 OCIF allocation, our 2025 CCBF allocation. We've got about $2.1 million of capital financing available. Then, so I don't think, we'll just move on into, so I guess that's an important number to have. Now, when we get into the actual capital requests, which are the last or second last page of the document, in administration, we have a server and switch update, and I can't stress this enough, this is like a must-have, has to happen. It's gonna cost about $50,000. We've, our server in 2025 is too old, we won't have any warranty, and we won't have any support on it, and it's the lifeblood of keeping the organization going. This has to happen. The switches are to, at the same time as replace the server, are to increase the connectivity throughout, increase of the network throughout the building. So I strongly would urge that we keep these two items together and fund those. Then we have, every year, we allocate about $10,000. We've done this for a while on our regular cycle of our computer and that type of replacements. And so we've kept that the same as in previous years. We have an item of flag poles of $14,000. Our current flag, I believe they're homemade. The ropes, one of the flag poles ropes are because it's continuously exposed to the sun. It's not like held in behind. They're broken. We have to sometimes get a bucket truck to rent and bring in to do some stuff on them. So this is an item I think has been proposed many times, so it's proposed again for council's consideration. Maybe I'll leave it at those three items. It's up to you, Mr. Mayor, if you want me to go through all the whole listing and then go back, so you have the full picture.
Go by department.
Okay, so I'll turn it for questions at this point, I guess, for these.
So yeah, for the admin, I think, like Sean said, the flags, I think the first two are, Sean's gonna leave if we don't do it, so. The flag poles definitely should happen. They're not in very good shape, and we put it off many years. I think it's, Al?
Can we put them off one more? As long as we promise to do them next year?
Yeah, I think this is one of those items that it's probably always gonna have the same conversation. The flags stand, nobody thinks of them until they don't, and so it's an easy one. Yeah. It's totally at council's discretion. I would just say, if you get a phone call that the flags are blown off, or they're not up, you just have to remember that we couldn't replace the poles if that happens. So that's totally at your discretion.
Yeah, so my only comeback on that would be, now it's an emergency repair.
And that's fine, but I guess and that's totally fine. At the end of the day, that emergency repair comes from reserve. Okay. So it happens when it happens.
Or next year's.
Sure.
Maybe we get a donation.
And I guess one more point I will make, though, is we have an item further down for flag poles at Elgin Street Park, because it's the only park that doesn't have flags. So, I'm not sure if there's economies of scale of doing them together. I would think there would be, but maybe there's not, and we can certainly, if the council wishes to not do these, we can not do them. I mean, it's not a must-have, can't fail, but It's up to you.
Well, it was council's wishes. We might as well include the flagpole at Algon Street at the same time.
Flagpoles, do you mean just here at this location, or are you talking through?
No, here and
There's
there's
4 here,
10,000
there's
further
4
down.
here,
Okay.
and then there's,
It would be probably
I don't know,
3, I
two-
think,
don't know
2
what
or
we do
3 at the
parks.
parks.
I don't know what we have at the parks, do we know? 2 at the parks, yeah. So we have what, the Canadian one and the municipal one? We have 4 here, Mark, am I right there? Yeah, there's 4. But one of them, the string is broke right now, like we have to get something to move. Yeah.
But it's just here, right? The 4 that we're talking about?
Well, that's
So
those
these
4,
four-
but then the Elgin Street one is the other 3,000.
No,
It's
it's
10,000.
Oh, is it more?
10.
10, okay. 10,
Yeah.
So it says flagpole, so it's 10 grand for 2 poles at Algon? Is that, yeah? Okay.
I guess more Nevada's budget, potentially a little bit less, but somewhere in that range, yeah.
Because the Elgin Street doesn't have, so we'd be putting bases and everything
Bases.
else.
No, I understand, that's why it's 10 grand. Okay.
So, decision of
Council's
council.
wishes. Wendy?
If we're going to do anything, I think we have to replace here first before we start putting them somewhere else.
Well, I guess that, on the devil's advocate side, we have them here. I mean, if we have to change it, we gotta bring a bucket truck up and change it, which can happen, I guess we can. But the other one doesn't have any, and all our parks do except for that one. So that's the devil's advocate side, so I don't know.
I do think it needs to happen. I'm just wondering if that one could be put off for one more year. I'm saying it is coming.
Nobody's missing
Eh?
them. Nobody's missing them.
Okay, we'll take both flagpoles out for now.
So they're all gone?
They're all gone.
Okay, just like that. Is that consensus, though? I guess we'd like to get consensus.
Yeah, everybody's not there.
No flagpoles. No 25 flagpoles.
No.
But
Okay.
in the interim, the one that keeps breaking, why don't you just take that one down for now and knowing that fully well that we're gonna replace it next year when we replace it and just fly 3 flags for now. right? Nobody's
Which
gonna
flag
know,
is it?
Just the county one.
Take it down. Sorry, Ron.
I didn't want to say that out loud.
Yeah, I got set up for that one.
You know, wouldn't just take chainsaw.
Yeah, we know it's not wood.
Okay, so we'll take the flagpoles out for now. So administration-wise, we're pretty well done. We'll move the fire then.
Tim?
Thank you. Basically, what I have here for replacement next year, like, for instance, the 6 sets of bunker gear, I have to do that because the bunker gear has to stay in a 10-year recycling or replenishing, okay? So once bunker gear becomes 10 years old, they don't want to insure us with it on, okay? I know it's not right, I don't agree with it, but it's just one of those NFPA things. So every year I put in 6 sets of bunker gear, and that way over the years I don't get behind, so that I don't have to come here and say I need 20 sets of bunker gear. I replace 6 sets and we're on a rotating basis. The same with the 3 pagers and the 2 radios, okay? Pagers, every year well, usually I buy 6. This year I went back to 3, okay, because I know the costs are bad this year. And of course, 2 radios, all right? The stationware is something new. The reason I'm asking for that is because the uniforms, I think we're gonna get rid of the uniforms. There is uniforms in my budget for $1,000, or $1,500, I guess it is, this year. But I think what we're gonna go to do is go to station gear, because everybody else has station gear, and it just makes us look more representative, especially when now we're getting more and more tours of the fire hall and things like that, and we're wearing T-shirts and a lot of things, which is fine to a certain extent, but the station gear is why I've put in for that 6,000. Hose is just replenishing the hose, okay? I missed the Blitz ground monitor. The Blitz ground monitor is a ground monitor it's for big fires, not that we've had any or anything, but it's for big fires. What it is, it's an unmanned monitor, okay? So you set it up, and you shoot on the fire, and you don't have to have a man on it, all right? It's something that we've been looking at for a couple of years, and this year I think is probably the year to look into it. I hope I hope we never have to use it, but I'm sure we're gonna.
Jennifer?
You said you missed that?
I missed it. I didn't mention it at the top. It's on
It's on
here.
the list.
I missed it at the top of the list. I started with the bunker gear, okay?
I was gonna ask the price.
Yeah. 2,500, yeah. And then, of course, this vehicle situation. The old ambulance is the problem, okay? Like, right now, it hasn't been in service since August, okay? We've been using my truck as a second truck sort of thing, or whatever we need it, which is fine. But I've put, well, I think I've put about $11,000 into it already to keep it running. Now I'm running out of places. I've got 2 more parts. I got 1 more parts ordered to come, but it's to the point where the dealerships don't even know where to get the parts. I'm getting the parts myself because that was my job in my last life. Okay, so I know where to get these parts. So I have a new pump for the truck, air pump. It needs a tank, and it should be ready to go back on the road. Okay, and I'm hoping I can get another year or 2 out of it, obviously. But my concern is that at some point in time, that's going to get me into probably $12,000 by the time we're done, 12 to 15, that I have invested in this truck this year. Okay. So at some point in time, it's got to be, that's enough, okay? That's why I've asked for you to put this 75,000 away. Like, to replace it, you're looking at probably 3.25. I don't think we need a brand-new truck to replace what it does. It's not a frontline truck, okay? Like, it's to carry our extra gear and our air bottles and all that kind of stuff. We're carrying them in the pickup now and so on, which is not good, but it works, okay? So we could go with another used truck. It's just that I've looked at the different places to buy these used trucks, and sometimes you can find a good one for $12,000, sometimes it's $50,000. All I'm asking is that if a deal comes up and this one decides to break it down again, I don't want to have to come to you on some Tuesday night and say, I need $50,000 tomorrow because we need a truck, okay? I just think that it's something that we should pre-plan, or I'm not saying, like I say, I'm not saying I'm going to have to use it, but I may have to use it. We may get into that predicament because it's, because at some point in time, you got to stop spending on what we got, okay?
Al?
So I think I'm kind of hearing you say you want us to start putting some money away for it. So what would happen if we decided to put half away this year, and then next year we're ready to put the other half away? January of next year, you'd have all the money then to spend at 75,000, right?
That's not a problem, Ellen. I mean, I picked 75,000 just as a number, okay? Like, I may go to the show next spring and come up with a truck that somebody's trading in for $20,000, okay? And then with this then we'd be saving. I'm trying to put a ballpark number, yeah. Like, for budget purposes, if you change it to 30,000, I mean, it's not gonna mean a whole lot.
37.5 away right now, and then that's there,
yeah.
right?
So,
Then if you can limp that one along till the end of next year, then January 1, we've got 75,000, right?
Yeah, and like I say, we probably won't need 75,000, but I just don't want to get, I just want to make sure you are all aware of what's going on.
And I guess, Tim, too, that, as you mentioned earlier, if we put 37.5 away and it breaks down on you decide by February, March next year, I'm done. I'm not, the next item I got to buy is too much, so and I find something for 45 or 50, we'll find you the rest.
Exactly. We can revisit it at that time. So
Okay.
that's not a hard, fast number. It's just, within reason, so.
Brian?
All right.
Tim, what's the total number of bunker gear sets do you have?
I have 28 people, okay? And they usually carry about 4 to 5 extras, okay? Because what happens when we send our gear, and that's another thing that has pushed the costs up this year, okay? When we have a major structure fire, most of that gear has to be sent away and be cleaned, all right? So I have to pick 6 people and say, okay, you send your stuff away, I take the extra bunker gear I have, they wear that till that other stuff comes back, okay? Because it's a 1 to 2 week turnaround time, all right? So, and then also once a year, you have to send the gear away that you have, and it has to be well, it's like calibrated. It has to be inspected, okay? It has to be inspected, and so they put it through all these tests and to tell you whether the gear is still good, okay? So I always, like, I'd like to have 6 to 10 extra sets. A lot of those extra sets are old sets, okay, which we try and get away with, but that's why we need the extra gear.
So I guess what I'm looking at is there's a mandatory 10-year replacement on them, and at 6 sets a year, we're replacing them every 5 years.
Well, that's because we weren't replacing them, okay? We're playing catch-up. I'll tell you that, yeah.
Okay, because
If I-
we've been at 6 for a while, and I'm just
Yeah.
wondering, do we need 6, or can we go to 4 or 3?
Well,
Because 3 would actually be a 10-year replacement.
Okay,
and you'd
to
be
be
on
honest with you,
cycle.
I think I bought 4 this year, to be honest with you. So,
Because the money went elsewhere.
well, no, I just didn't spend it probably. And when it come to capital, like, I didn't buy the airbags this year either in the capital because I knew we were gonna be way over. I could see this happening in June. Obviously, my numbers weren't adding up, so wherever I could cut, I cut within reason, you know. But,
So you might do a catch-up next year on the bunker gear too, right? You might get 7 instead of 6 or whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, it's, the other thing is the sizes, of course. That's the other thing that I started doing about 8, 9 years ago, is that all bunker gear is custom fitted, okay? So they came in and measured everybody. So about 8 or 9 years ago, they came out with bunker gear that was small, medium, large, and extra large, okay? And I said, that's enough of that. That's where you were going, okay? Small, because that way, what would happen is you get a tall guy, he comes in and he gets a jacket and he's there 3 years and he leaves you. Well, now you got a jacket that nobody can wear because the arms are too long, okay? So that's the other thing, is there's different sizes. Like I have about, I think, 3 sets of gear, brand new gear sitting in my office right now. But it's because I have the sizing, you know, like there's a couple extra large or so on and so forth, but yeah. So, like most departments, a lot of departments are going to 2 sets of gear, okay? And the government tried to push it about 3 years ago, the Ontario, and the OFM, okay? And we went back and said, that's fine, but who's going to pay for it? Because like sets of gear now are like three grand, okay? Minimum $3,000. So who's going to pay for all this gear? And it's, so that's when what has happened, but yeah, it's like everything else, the costs are not getting cheaper.
So 3,000 apiece would be 18,000 instead of 25?
Six sets, 3,000 for the pants and the jacket. And then you got a helmet and boots and gloves. And you know the thing they pull over their head? You know, those used to be $60. You know what they're worth now? No, $185, because they're new material.
Alan and then Betty.
I would suggest this is health and safety for our employees,
Well, it
and I
is,
would
yeah.
suggest we don't skimp on health and safety. I would hate to have one of our guys get hurt or injured in a fire and find out that his suit was expired or something, so.
Okay, Betty and then Wendy.
That's exactly the same thing I was gonna say. I think being our fire department, we wanna make sure that when they're out there fighting fires on behalf of Laurentian Valley, that they're well protected and they're up to code.
Betty. Or I mean, Wendy.
No, I was going to bring that fact up too, and the other piece is if their equipment is not up to standard, then the cancer-causing agents are very high, and that's a very high risk with firefighters.
I think we've always supported the fire department as much as we can, and what Tim needs, we generally get, so. He's just gonna get half a truck this year, that's all.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Brian, I like that you checked my numbers. That must be my secretary can't add, I guess.
Secretary.
You didn't know about the secretary?
No, I know about
Oh, it's
her.
not on the budget here. Oh, I missed that, okay. Anyway, that may be able to come down a little bit. I didn't, I don't know how I got that, but anyway. What does that work out to? Does anybody, you got, where's your?
I'll let you calculate
6
out,
and 18.
Wendy.
I think you've probably included your boots and the hats and all that extra stuff.
Well, I did, but-
And when you do, it will be close to that. I can attest to that, because I know the pricing.
4,100, yeah, that's about, okay, we're closer, yeah, all right. You had me questioning myself, Brian.
Okay, I think that's pretty much it for Tim. And there's council anything
Only
else?
change is then 37.5
Yes.
on the truck.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
All right, recreation, we have a playground servicing change at Allison Fraser. That's to increase accessibility. And that's kind of part of an annual plan is to upgrade these playgrounds. Oh yeah, sorry, this is, my apologies, your list is based, is in alphabetical order on department, but I am now,
Joe, go ahead, stay
jumping
with
around.
recreation, you're in there now. Stay
Yeah,
with
I'm
rec.
there. Okay.
You're there.
So you gotta go further down for everybody. You're the last items.
We'll get there, that's no problem.
We also have the flag poles. Tim, you said you needed flag poles, didn't you?
We don't have a flag pole at the fire department, no.
Okay, there we go. What Tim want?
Well, you saved some money on your bunker equipment there, so you can buy yourself a flagpole.
All right, so we know that is out. Front entrance modifications to LV Lodge for 20,000. Last year we had a 10,000 there, but that when we went out for pricing, it came in that we weren't competitive. So it's about $20,000. So we're really asking for this amount of money, and I'd have to go back and confirm. I apologize how that was the 10 was being financed, but what we'd want to do is we'd want to, when I do my reserve report, have to be putting 10,000 into reserve and taking 20 out. So we would need another 10,000 here. Furnace and air conditioner, an update line painting at Shady Nook. So that total is 25,000. So we have to replace one of the two furnaces. Both furnaces are past end of useful life, so 28 to 30 years old. The AC is to provide bar and lobby with AC, and historically there has not been AC provided there, so it'd be kind of an addition, add-on service, I guess. And then update, I think there's issues parking there during I think it's soccer. So the hope was that updating getting the lines repainted would help with some of that. I believe that's the thought process there. And then from Stafford, we'd have replaced the exterior doors. We're led to believe that those are in very poor condition and need to be replaced. We'd have to bring back the chief.
There's only 2 doors there.
You want to come up and speak, maybe? So, maybe we'll just turn it back and we'll just stay a bit organized here, and we'll turn it back to questions on any of the items, then we'll respond.
Okay. So these are all capital items?
Yes.
Well,
Kind of,
so
right?
I'll be honest, a lot of what we present to you in this part, they're not true capital. Like true capital is you're getting into something you can touch and feel. These are like special project updates, and they're not part of your everyday operating.
No.
That's why.
And the agreement we have with the facilities is that we pay for capital.
Well, but we're led to believe these would fall under art because they're attached to the building,
Oh, okay.
right? Like they're kind of like, what is attached on the building would be, replace the light fixture, we'll replace the light fixture. Bulbs are probably getting replaced by, like that's part of, you know what I mean? Like that type of mentality on these.
No, I have no problem with
Yeah.
it. I'm just trying to make sure that we follow our guideline for all of it.
Capital is generally something brand new, it wasn't there before, right?
Or replacement,
But
right? So,
Major replacement.
yeah, like, from a financial statement perspective, a lot of this isn't capital.
I'm gonna get educated.
Okay.
here, yeah.
But from a budgeting perspective on our everyday, look at our line by line items. We put these in here because they're decision factors. They might be smaller in dollar figure, but are we going to replace the doors at Stafford building? Because we're anticipating it to be 14,000. If that's not something council wants to do, is the doors stay damaged. So that's why we presented them this way in our capital budget to be funded either by taxation or reserve or a mixture of both. So I'll pass that back for questions.
We leave that until the fire chief leaves, and then we'll discuss it. Brian?
The doors at Stafford, are they accessible at this time? Okay, because I was wondering if there wasn't accessible grants available to do replacement on those, but they are already, are they automatic?
No.
Is 14,000 an automatic door?
I believe so,
So,
It would have to be.
yeah,
I think it would have to be.
So there could be some grant money potential there for that?
Yes, there's quite a few accessible grants for those. And then, I mean, notifying this on the process obviously gets that in the queue. So now that we know that, we can look for that. But there are, for ramps, accessibility, those kinds of things, there may be some cost to the municipality in terms of cost sharing, depends on the grant, but we can always bring that back for a proposal depending on, that was kind of the goal with a lot of this, the community development master plan and getting the strategic planning and things so that we know these things. And now we can start looking for them.
Because it's usually 50-50 on a lot of those things, so.
It depends. Accessibility is actually one of the better ones, where you can find 100% funding. You know, it's just kind of the story that you're telling, but for a community facility like that, it's a pretty good sell for that.
Well, the question becomes is, you know, we're saying that we probably need to update them. We would obviously look for grants, but if we don't get the grant, are we still updating or do we have to come back and ask for permission to update the doors?
I think Betty and then Al. Are you on?
I'll let Nevada answer that on the pricing. My question was more on the air conditioning and stuff, and I'll come back to that.
Well, the pricing is based on Allison Fraser. I believe you guys just changed a door there and it was 7,000. So that's where we got that figure. Be 2 doors, so 14,000.
And what type of doors were they, Betty?
It's a full steel door with the steel frame, so you're not going to break into it.
Okay, Al?
So if we decided to fund that from our recreation reserve and we don't get the grant, we could say, well, we won't do it this year, we'll do it next year, right?
Your recreation reserve is actually not in the, the recreation reserve from, I believe, Elgin's from the park, we dipped into that last year. The only thing you have in recreation reserve is for City of Pembroke partnerships.
So we have budgeted stuff in the past, okay? That if we get the grant, we do it. If we don't get the grant, we won't do it.
And that's basically what I'm asking. I mean, right now we have presented this without getting the grant. What I would do is if the response is we're only doing it with the grant, I would put it as a capital item. I'd have a grant revenue as revenue. Yeah. The only thing I would say is if it's a 50-50, I gotta have our portion at 7,000, or if it's 6, like I'd have to have our portion at something in the capital.
How bad are the doors?
I'm told they're pretty bad. They're rotting. The frames are all rotten.
Especially on the bottom, I think, hey? Do they still close tight? Do they close? Well, they close. And then is there heat penetrated, like is it on the heated portion? So there's heat escaping.
I think we need to put the 14 aside, as you have in the budget. If we happen to get a grant for half of it, then it goes into recreational reserves or whatever. Like if they're that bad of shape, we don't want to wait another year for it. How's council feel?
It's up to.
Okay, so the doors are good. What else?
So you got that, Sean? Are you comfortable there?
So 14's good.
14 stays
but
there.
and we'll apply for grants. I think Chris will not jot that down, and we'll apply it, and then.
And what Steve was saying is if we get some of it, then the rest goes in the
Yep.
river.
Okay, next, Brian.
The 20,000 for the LV Lodge front entrance modification. That's the kind of project that your revenue from skating or the fall trail would go to. You say, the revenue is for a new entrance and raise the money that way. It's not a capital thing. It's on a wish list, and that's when you have money coming in, you can wish for all kinds of things.
It's my understanding that it's an accessibility issue at the front entrance.
That's different, Brian? Or Alan?
So there's an opportunity for another grant application for an accessible entrance to the skating trail, right?
Mark?
I could speak to, I know I've been working with Lori Dennis on the updated accessibility plan, which will be coming to council in December. But one thing that was previously identified was the front entrance to the lodge, because there's a lip, the width of the door, it's patio stones, there's a whole bunch of accessibility issues. So We did have a small contractor come in. He thought he was in the range of $10,000 to do the work to at least get it modified so the building could become accessible. And we ended up at about 17,000 when he started pricing things. It's just from when we did the estimate earlier in the year. So it's not so much it's a want, it was more of a need, and it's a hazard that's been identified at a municipal property. So there are some ones we've worked on, and there will be some coming that we sort of have 5 years to work on, but this was one that the previous building inspector identified a few years ago when the building was taken over by the township, but until he retired and we started going through the list and trying to pick up on it, was sort of missed that it was something that we should have been looking at a little bit sooner. So it's not more of a we wanted, it was kind of more of a need for the accessibility.
Okay. So I think it needs to stay. Okay. Betty?
The Shady Nook, I agree with if the furnace needs replacing and it's outdated, I totally understand. Update of the parking lines, if they've got a healthy budget, is that not something that they can take care of? Like, wouldn't that fall under their own budget rather than?
Well, according to the
Township?
facility use agreement, that's our portion that we contribute.
Painting of the lines?
Yeah, parking and painting of the lines.
There you go. Any further questions on recreation? So Sean, everything, flagpoles are out, the 10, and
10 and 14.
and the 14. No, 14 stays. Yeah.
No, not the 14 from the flagpoles here.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I understood all flagpoles.
But we're not under recreation, we're,
I'm just saying.
I'm
I thought you were
clarifying
going through
recreation
the-
here.
Okay, sorry.
So what we'll do is we'll look at with what grants might be out there and for all capital,
Yes.
not just
Yeah.
these. If we think that we have a good chance, we'll put in the budget some offsetting revenue, which will probably help, but just, we may not get the grants, but anyway.
Okay, so
Okay.
let's go to Public Works.
Public Works, so we have proposed a 1 ton with dump body. This would replace 10211, truck 10211. A wood chipper, we're hopefully to get one used at 20,000. This would be an increase in service level. Have that. We have $120,000 for updates of culvert replacements, and this is annual replacements of failing cross road culverts. And then we have storm drain improvements at Stafford Park, Fire Hall, and Lawrence Street East. And I'm led to believe, but I would obviously turn this to Mark, but I think that that is a must-have, can't fail. Do you want me to go through the road projects in this part?
Why don't we just do those
Sure.
5 items first?
Sure.
And clear them up. So obviously, Mark, our question every year is, can that truck with the dump last one more year?
Potentially. So I look back at costs, the last 4 years, average repairs are about 6,000. In 2024, we're at 11,000 so far. So it's one of those ones, we can keep it going. It's got 260,000 kilometers on it, so, and diesel motor, so motor is fine, but I'll say truck itself is getting tired, but I'm sure we could stretch it another year if need be. It's just we could be in a 10 or 15,000 repair, or it could be 5,000 if things are okay.
Alan?
Again, same as the fire equipment. Can we budget half this year, half next year? So I think we turned you down on this last year as well, didn't we, on this one?
No, we actually, well, we didn't, I think, have a pickup or a truck for last year.
Something we turned you down on.
I'm sure, yeah.
Okay, so, anyway, I'm just thinking if we budget half this year, half next year, then, again, by the first of the year, 2026, we have the full amount of the 120, and
we're gonna budget half and half, what if we budgeted one now? Like, you know what I mean, so we're budgeting half fire, half, sorry, budgeting half, so I'm just looking at the dollar figure, we're almost funding one truck this year by doing half of one, half of another, and then next year half of one, half of another. It's another thought, but.
I'm good with however you want to budget, as long as we pull some of that money out.
Okay.
So that adds up to 99.5, so however you do it. just-
No, I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate a little
Yeah.
bit on the half and half thing, but,
Okay.
we can do that, yeah, we can budget half of this one.
Okay.
Half of the next one.
Keith?
I can blame Alan on this one, and Mark, so if it's coming from me through through from Alan, on the wood chipper, is it an absolute need right now? Or can we do the same with it? Budget half of that for this year and then half next year and?
Yeah, potentially. So we actually, I noticed we have one sitting out in the yard, we have one rented, and we've been renting, you know, occasionally because we don't have it, but you're probably $800+ a day, so it doesn't take long to own one. New, you're probably 50, 60, 75,000. So through some of the government surplus sites that we sell through, we thought we could pick up something for our use. So, but yeah, it's just, we're paying sometimes a lot in rentals for it, so.
$800 a day we're paying for it?
Yeah.
Wow. Alan and then Brian.
So how much would you estimate we paid for rental this past year on one, and there's how much money we already are putting away without changing anything, right? Because we probably use it the same amount of days in 25 as we did in 24,
Yeah.
right? So that's probably already built into your budget.
Yeah, so whatever tree trimming removal, if we do a week rental, we'll get a better rate of probably a couple thousand, $2,500 or something. So we're sort of spending that on that rental anyway.
So what was the total this year?
I'd have to look back and see. I'm not sure how many times they've had it, but you'd probably be a couple $1,000s anyway. If they did a full week, I'm not sure if they did a week earlier in the spring. We just had some stuff that's been laying around before the winter comes, so we rented it just for a couple days this week to get it cleaned up. So.
Or we could stockpile the wood until we get one next year.
Yes, or that. It stays on the roadside, and it's again one of those things that the ratepayers kind of look at, and the tree falls, we cut it off in the emergency, and we don't have a place to take it, don't have an ability to deal with it, so it just sits there, and 2 years later, the dead tree's still sitting in the ditch on the side of the road. So at least having this, when you go out, you do that cleanup of the tree, you chip it, blow it in the truck, and the chips are a lot smaller pile and easier to deal with than a whole bunch of sort of dead trees. So it was just kind of, I think as Sean alluded to, so it's a bit of an increase in our level of service was what the idea was. Apparently the township had one years ago. I'm not sure what happened, but it got sold and it wasn't here. So there used to be one in the fleet. So
It might be a crazy question, Mark, but in lots of areas, you see trees down and then you see somebody, member of the public, drives by with their truck and trailer and clean it all up and take it away. Is that an angle we could use to get some of that cleaned up, or? The brush, right?
That, but we shouldn't have private residents working with power equipment on our public right of way. It just, some liability comes with it, so. I know it does happen, but.
Sorry. Brian, you had another question? No? Okay. So what's council's wishes? If we're gonna spend, you figure maybe 3 or 4 again next year?
Yeah, if we rented it for a couple of weeks. Sometimes when the students come and we have some labor, we tackle it that way. I know we a lot of times take brush to the old dump at Allison Fraser, so that's something a lot of times when the students start, we go and spend a couple of days there just chipping all that brush up that we put in the old pit. So again, it lets us sort of not have to pick it up the road, haul it there, and then chip it. We're sort of touching it once and not 2 or 3 times. So it, I guess, would bring down that labor component a bit too.
So for $20,000, maybe we just take it off the books for this year completely, and that's money that we can help kind of reduce the tax a little bit. And you'll survive with it, Mark?
Yeah, we, like I said, then, the time I've been here, we haven't had one, and we've survived on the rental part of it. It's, and again, if we have some trees on the side of the road for another season, it's, not end of the world, and we'll kind of continue with that same process.
Okay. Questions for council? Covered replacements are required? Mark?
Sorry, just on the culverts, we have an engineering firm doing some reviews for us, so I don't have the ones that we'll be tackling, but based on their review, we're going to be tackling the worst ones. I know it's been something the council has given considerable money to over the last few years, and we're finally gaining, and we've even had residents, thanking us because the bumps are, because the culverts were sagging and failing and the roads are gone, and they've been appreciative of the work. And it's not going to say immediate safety concern, but when some of them are rotting so bad and there's only half a pipe coming out of the ground, there's not a lot left there. So with the condition review and tackling this. I think we may be able to scale that number back and maybe go back in just to more of our operating side of things and take it out of the capital. After this year, I think we've gained a lot on some of our bigger pipes, and we do have some culvert in stock already, so we're partway there for next year. So hopefully this is one that we can either reduce or maybe not even have for next year.
Okay. Anything else for Mark on the capital, Public Works? Okay, I guess we're gonna leave it for there, Sean, unless, and we can continue after our council meeting.
You can circle back if you want after, yeah.
We'll see how council goes, and then,
Yeah, I mean, if it was up to me, I'd prefer that we would at least, by the end of day today, so end of tonight's council meeting, that we at least present to you everything, get your initial feedback, because that really, otherwise I come back next week with half of the feedback, right?
So
if we could,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
well, yeah, because right now, as we've gone through this, it's about 160 that we've reduced in dollars, so that should help a bit, for sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take a break.
No, we gotta
No,
shut
we
this
gotta
down.
make a motion here, sorry.
You're right for this.
I guess adjourn, I guess, I just don't know, maybe just suspend, eh?
We'll suspend if they're gonna come back.
Just don't know, yeah, I guess.
This is a special meeting, so we have to close
We
the
could
special
suspend it,
meeting.
no, but we could suspend it till later after the following council meeting and come back.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what I
Yeah,
gotta do.
can you do that?
I gotta find a motion here, just a minute. Give me a second here.
Just be a second here, we're just gonna make a motion and then, we'll take a break.
Okay, mover and seconder.
Jennifer and Betty?
Moved by Councillor Gauthier, second by Councillor King, that the council suspend special council meeting at 4:45 PM and reconvene following the regular council meeting.
All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, we're good. appointment to the Laurentian Valley Council for November the 19th. Dean, I'm sorry, we'll start off with the Lord's Prayer. Anybody wish to join me, you can do so. You can remain seated. Our Father,
Or in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread,
and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, and glory, forever and ever. Amen. Dean, call to order, please.
Mover and seconder.
Alan and Jennifer.
Moved by Councillor Wren, second by Councillor Gauthier, that the regular council meeting of November 19th, 2024 be called to order at 5:40.
All in favor? Carried. Roll call, Dean, please.
Mayor Bennett.
Present.
Reeve Watt.
Present.
Councillor Gauthier.
Present.
Councillor Hewitt.
Present.
Councillor Hughley.
Present.
Councillor King.
Present.
Councillor Wren.
Present.
All members present.
Thank you. Confirmation of the agenda. Wendy and Brian.
Moved by Councillor Hewitt, second by Councillor Hughley, that the agenda of the regular council meeting of November 19th, 2024 be approved as presented.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Declaration of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, minutes and notes. Motion for October 22nd. Keith and Alan.
Moved by Reeve Watt, second by Councillor Wren, that the minutes of the regular council meeting held October 22nd, 2024 be approved as presented.
All in favor? Carried. Minutes for November the 5th. Wendy and Jennifer.
Moved by Councillor Hewitt, second by Councillor Gauthier, that the minutes of the council and committee meeting held November 5th, 2024 be accepted by council and that the resolution from that committee become resolutions of council.
All in favor? Carried. Down to municipal reports. CAO report is first. Any questions or comments for Dean? Seeing none. Treasurer's report. Seeing none. Or Brian, I'm sorry. Can I share? I just died.
At the bottom of the first page there, the current ratio, it was a decrease from 1.87 to 1.87. You had the same question. That's an increase to me.
Yeah, that's a typo. This month's current ratio is 1.87. I don't recall what it was. So I think I went to change it and didn't change it the correct way. So I don't know what it decreased from, but it's currently at 1.87.
Okay. Didn't know how good that was.
So it's not bad. It just means that we have almost 2 times our current, so we have 2 times current assets on hand, so cash and our accounts receivable, 2 times of our current liabilities. We could pay our current liabilities twice, basically.
Okay.
Alan.
So my favorite question, so some of the outstanding arrears, are we concerned with any? I know they're getting better, but is there major concerns at all?
They're all a concern to some extent. I don't think we have any where we're thinking that we're not going to be able to collect. Maybe one that we're starting the tax sale process on, but I think overall we're doing pretty decent in terms of collecting. Yeah.
We're definitely doing better.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's it. Public Works. Any questions for Mark or comments? Seeing none. Planner for Laurie. Seeing none, and myself. No. This might be a good time. I did have in my calendar here that I was at the homeless meeting on the 13th. That was canceled the day before, I guess. But we did at a homeless meeting yesterday with the full committee. I know everybody has got an email, I believe, with the announcement from the county that they're now at the methadone clinic in the back, hoping to start up December 1st. I think it's a great plan. It took a while to get where they are today, but it certainly alleviates a lot of work from the grind and from PAC volunteers and other volunteers. They're going to be open 24/7. Not only are they going to have staff with experience at the homeless center, but they're also going to have other committees of mental health, addiction, etc., that will be in certain days of the week that will certainly go even further helping out the homeless. And I know yesterday at the meeting there was a few good stories from some of the staff there that have taken people that have been homeless. They've gone into the hotel room for a while, all through the stages, getting up, and we've got a couple of people now with full-time jobs, and they have a roof under their head, above their head, sorry. So I think I really believe this is a great solution. It is only a 5-month solution, so they have the lease for the winter. They presented a budget yesterday, which I will get everybody a copy. In fact, it's in here, and we'll get staff, all councillors, a copy of their budget. They will be in the $240,000 budget, which is what they originally thought of when it was last year. It is, as Michael Nolan, who spoke mainly yesterday about the center, it's going to be work in progress. There are going to be some issues they're going to have to obviously work out, but I really think at the end of the day, it's a great solution, and I think and I hope that it will service the needs in this area. So it's good to hear. Okay, so do you have a motion?
Yeah,
Alan and Betty?
Moved by Councillor Wren, second by Councillor King, that the council received the following reports for mid-October to mid-November 2024 at the regular council meeting of November 19th, 2024. CAO's report, Treasurer's report, Public Works Manager's report, Planner CMC report, and the Mayor's report.
All in favor? Carried. So move down to corporate services, holiday office hours.
Motion, please.
Keith and Wendy?
Moved by Reeve Watt, second by Councillor Hewitt. That council authorized the closure of a township office on Friday, December 27th of 2024, and further that staff will use a half-day vacation or time in lieu, and that half a day will be given by council.
Any further discussion on this item? I know we did discuss it at the last meeting. All in favor? Carried. Information items, monthly animal report. Any questions or comments on it? Brian?
Yeah, it's just two things. One, did we ever get any updates on the dog attack that happened in? There's 7 of them so far now. We never seem to get an update on what goes on with those. And the other thing is 132 cats.
Well, that's 132 over the year.
Yeah.
But that's, you can see monthly, that's just, unfortunately, that's.
But that's 14 that went to the
Yeah.
PCA just this last month alone.
Yeah, no, I realize that, but that's, unfortunately, we have a bylaw to enforce, and that's the way that works. There's not much I can add to that, really. I mean, they're picked up, and our animal control does a very good investigation on each one to make sure that they're not been provided for by the residents, because then they kind of own and harbor the cats, and then they keep them. These are specific strays that they couldn't identify that they weren't strays, so they go to SPCA, unfortunately. That's the way that works. As for the actual, I'm not sure which one you're referring to,
There's no vicious dogs.
yeah, I don't know what we're doing, I'm not sure.
There's none.
No, there's 7, I think, total.
So far this year.
Oh, this year, oh, okay, I see, well, I assume we talked about those before.
We were talking about the one in September and
Okay.
looking for information.
And so maybe Laurie, I think, had a response from them. Well, you can do it from there, Laurie, just,
Yeah,
Kind of a
so
mic
the
though, eh?
one dog attack that was in September, it was, the letter was given to the resident, and the dog has been deemed dangerous dog now, so that means there's conditions to be followed, like they'll have to be contained on the property with a fence, proper chain, muzzle, et cetera, when walking. and then the signs to be posted as well. So there's a few stipulations that are required with that, and then the annual dog fee is a higher amount as well. So a letter has been issued and they deemed it dangerous from that last September report.
Okay. So, Keith?
Do we have any idea what other municipalities are doing regarding bylaw with cats?
Well, we did a fairly full investigation last January on this and brought it to council. And we deemed it, municipalities are all over the place. I mean, different ones are doing, do we have a bit of a Cadillac system for that? Yes, we do. I mean, we do have that. But council agreed to, for 24, to continue maintaining what we're doing now. If that's to change, then needs to be brought up, but at this point, we did bring that forward. I think it was January, am I wrong, or January, February, somewhere around? Yeah.
So would there be much of a change in the contract if we didn't have cats included?
No, we did that too. That was part of the investigation. Lori did a lot of work on that. Because we have a set fee, a monthly fee that they act on, and if it goes above that, they'll charge extra. But normally, we're at the rate that's set there, so, I mean, would they reduce that rate? Maybe somewhat, but they still gotta get ready for dealing with dogs. So, we're not sure. It didn't really translate into a lot of money when we did that investigation, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
Oh,
Where the excess cost is the cats that go to the SPCA.
Yeah, that's a separate
where
cost.
your big cost is.
Yeah. And we tried that, I know, like, again, Lori did a bunch of work with that. I know it was time consuming, and it was, I think that was all presented. I'm sure we could pull that report and bring it back to council and go at it again, I guess, if you.
I wonder maybe for December, January, if we could have a review of that again. I'm not asking to do the work again, just bring back that
What
report
we had.
last year.
Okay, well, we can try and do it for January, yeah.
Okay. All right.
No. And I don't even think that's a heavy month, to be honest. I think there's a lot worse than that. Well, I guess this year it is, but this is the time of year, unfortunately, like I said before, this is the time of year where people are starting to call, say, we got this cat at my door, but, you know, I'm not suggesting what's right or wrong.
Okay. Done bylaws,
Yeah.
Steve?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mover and seconder.
Betty and Jennifer?
Moved by Councillor King, second by Councillor Gauthier. That the following bylaws be enacted, passed, and be read a first, second, and third time, and be numbered and signed by the mayor and the clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation, and be engrossed in this bylaw book this 19th day of November 2024. Bylaw 2024-11053, authorize execution of integrity commissioner / closed meeting investigator services amending agreement between Cunningham, Swan, Cardy, Little, and Boehm LLP and the Township of Laurentian Valley. Bylaw 2024-11054, authorizing the adoption of the Township of Laurentian Valley's first active transportation trails plan. Bylaw 2024-11055, enter into an agreement into the form of a memorandum of understanding between the Townships of Laurentian Valley and Whitewater Region and with the County of Renfrew. Bylaw 2024-11056, winter maintenance operation agreement on Boundary Road with the Town of Petawawa. And bylaw 2024-11057, swimming pool bylaw.
All in favor? Carried. Council acknowledgements. Do we have any tonight? Seeing none?
Move into closed.
A motion to go into closed. Alan and Wendy?
Moved by Councillor Wren, second by Councillor Hewitt, that the regular council meeting of November 19th, 2024 be moved into closed session at 5:55. Chaired by Mayor Bennett, according to Ontario Municipal Act 2001-3, Section 239-2, Section 239-3, and Section 239-3.1, in order to address a matter pertaining to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, welcome back to open session. Dean,
Move by, motion, please.
Alan, and Jennifer.
Moved by Councilor Rent, second by Councilor Gauthier, that the regular council meeting of November 19, 2024, move back into open session at 6:30.
All in favor? Carried. Note and file motion. Brian and Keith.
What do I gotta, sorry, I have to report out first. Sorry, we need to report out from the closed session, so I need a motion for that, please.
Wendy and Betty.
Moved by Councilor Hewitt, second by Councilor King, that the council recommends that the council of Township of Laurentian Valley enter into a memorandum of understanding for the acquisition of property with the city of Pembroke as partners as discussed.
All in favor? Carried.
Note and file.
Note and file. Jennifer. Alan.
Moved by Councilor Gauthier, second by Councilor Wren, that the items not specifically addressed by motion of council in the regular meeting of November 19, 2024 be noted and filed accordingly.
All in favor? Carried. Adjournment.
No, confirmatory bylaw.
Confirmatory bylaw. Brian and Keith.
Moved by Councilor Yulee, second by Reeve Watt. Be it resolved that the Council of Township of Laurentian Valley approves a confirmatory bylaw 2024-11-058 as having been introduced, read a first, second, and third time, and the said bylaw be numbered and signed by the mayor and the clerk and sealed with seal of corporation this 19th day of November 2024.
All in favor? Carried.
Adjournment.
Adjournment. Jennifer and Alan.
Moved by Councilor Gauthier, second by Councilor Wren, that the regular council meeting of November 19, 2024 be adjourned at 6:40.
All in favor? Carried. I have a motion to
Go back in there.
come back into our budget meeting, special meeting.
Yeah.
Jennifer and Betty.
Moved by Councilor Gauthier, second by Councilor King, that the council reconvene the suspended special council meeting of November 19, 2024 at 6:40.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, so Sean, where we left off is we just finished capital and
Not quite, not the roads.
not the roads, right? We have to get into the roads?
We haven't done any of the roads yet.
Okay.
Dean, do you want to change the screen?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so the first road that we're presenting is Glen and Angle. So we have about 0.67 kilometers of road reconstruction. We had to rehabilitate the roadway, do a full depth reclamation and base stabilization, add granular materials, and then do a single lift of hot mix asphalt. The last time it was reconstructed was 1990, and we're estimating it to be about $150,000 or $151,000. The second road we're recommending doing is, I just want to make sure I'm in the right spot. Oh, sorry, and also on top of the Glen and Angle, sorry, was 3rd Avenue as well. So at the map, you can kind of see the three different roads. So the next project is Cemetery Road. And our estimated cost here is $252,000. The last time it was reconstructed was in the year 2000. It's 1.12 kilometers. We'd rehabilitate the roadway, full depth reclamation and base stabilization, road base repairs, culvert repairs and ditching. We'd add granular materials, and then single lift of hot mix asphalt, and we'd share some of this cost with Whitewater Region.
Okay, so that is 50%.
So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Robinson Road, so 2.25 kilometers, its current condition is 27. We estimate this to be $506,000. It was last done we have two numbers here, 94 and 2012. Single lift of hot mix asphalt and the whole gamut here as well. The next road is Thrasher Lane, 0.25 kilometers. Current rating is 29. Last done in 1989. Estimated value is just shy of 60,000. Single lift of hot mix asphalt, addition of granular materials, rehabilitation of the roadway. Then Sandy Beach Road, current rating of 28, 2.19 kilometers, $493,000, last done in 98. Basically, everything I've said about all the other roads, same thing applies here. Pitt Road is current rating is 30.12 kilometers. We estimate this to be about $30,000. Single lift of hot mix asphalt, addition of granular materials, culvert replacement and ditching, rehabilitation of the roadway. And then we have Heenan Road, with its current condition is 30, it's 1.36 kilometers. We estimate this about 306,000. It was last done in 1982, and same description of the work being done.
So that's the west end of Heenan Road? Where's that?
Yeah, so it runs from Round Lake Road to where the former CN rail line went, where the snowmobile and ATV trail would cross.
You can see it at the top there, top left, the map. Then we have a map of the map of where all the potential work is. I can go back there if you want to take a look at it, but that's what we're proposing. And this is kind of a project summary, and Mark did put these in the priority. So I added to the to this chart the asset management plan risk. So when we talked, and that's the third to the right. So these roads are all not necessarily like high risk, but they're moderate to high risk roads as identified in our AMP, and they're all due for replacement. We have so it's about so just shy of 8 kilometers worth of roads that we've identified here, and just about $1.8 million worth of road work. So with that, I'll turn it back for any questions on these.
Let's talk about Robinson Road. You talked about that earlier.
Well, I think that was the next little section.
Oh, okay.
But I would think we should debt finance it. That's what I was saying earlier, is we may have to debt finance that road. But I think it's the next section, I speak to how we were going to finance everything, but.
Right. Brian?
I got 3 questions. One, they're all single lifts, and some of them are in fairly heavy areas with pits near them. Is a single lift enough, or is that just going to break down really quickly, and should we be spend $1 once and do it right?
Yeah, and that has sort of been a discussion we've had where aside from Beeline Road and Witt Road, most of our roads are all single lift. The challenge is if it probably is better to do the 2 lifts of asphalt, but then how many lane kilometers of road we're doing in a year greatly decreases unless the budget greatly increases. So we try to meet in the middle and do as much base work as we can to make the road last, but ideally some of the roads should have 2 lifts of asphalt on them, definitely. But we do have a half load program that protects those roads, right? So in those sensitive times, the heavy truck traffic isn't there. So we do have those on those roads to protect them, but definitely it comes down to the budget and trying to get value for the dollars that we have.
Because Robinson Road would be another one that you would rather put 2 lifts on.
Yes, yeah. We do have a load restriction on it, so in the spring months when it's soft, the commercial trucks are not to be there, but yeah, it's still, when the heavy trucks are there, it's still tough on it, even during the summer months.
Now, the other thing with Robinson Road is there is 0 shoulders on that road. You probably know, even walking it every day, that you can't get off the road, and I've had a flat tire with a tractor and a wagon, and you can't pull off at all on it.
Yeah, so because the road's been widened over the years, and there's anywhere from 2 to 3 lifts of asphalt. Some of it had original asphalt. In 1994, during the plowing match, it was overlaid, and then in 2012 we did a partial overlay on part of it from Wilson out to Greenwood. So the idea is to leave that materials there and be able to grade and widen that platform. and then use some of that, because once we pulverize the asphalt, that's a really good, dense, strong material, so the idea would be to use that to widen. There's lots of room there. There's, the road is quite high, there's a big platform, so idea is just to use the granulars, grade it wider, and then that would give a better shoulder for walking.
You should have been on it before 1994.
Okay, any other questions on the other roads?
Question, just have a comment, and one
Okay.
thing that Greg had mentioned, that if we were doing Pit Row, that he would think about paving his chunk in there.
Yeah, the turnaround.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Mark, where does Mixburg Road fall in? Is it pretty close?
So we're probably looking for 2026 for a piece of Mixburg, so.
Okay.
Something I'll add, and just so, and I did lump the three together, so the three streets, and we were kind of looking to group some projects together, just to sort of bring down the cost. So with the three in Stafford, our idea was that would be one project. The idea with Thrasher Lane is it's a small little piece, but we have equipment resources there if we do Robinson. And so we're just thinking if something was going to be eliminated, there's maybe a couple, like there's a small piece tied to the bigger piece, and the same as Pitt Road. We were going by there, it's a small little piece when we're doing Sandy Beach. It's better to catch and pick up those small roads at that time. So just if there's going to be changes or things with the budget, then it may affect a couple roads and not just the one. We get better value when we're tackling some of those smaller roads along with the bigger ones that are there. There's a lot of cost to bring the construction companies there to do 150, 200, meters of road to small pieces. So we try to tie them in with some of the bigger ones. So just as we're going through tonight, if there's some discussion, it may impact one or two other small ones as well.
So who does the work on Cemetery Road when we split it? Do we split the work, or?
Yeah, so similar to Sawmill Road, we would figure out which side would do the tendering and work. We looked after the contract admin side last year with the city of Pembroke on Sawmill, but we actually sent both of our crews, and we did some culvert replacements and worked together. So the idea with Whitewater is that, again, we'd bring both groups together, and it was a bit of a team building, I think, with the city, and we kind of had some fun with it. We see each other driving by, but we got to do some work together, and I know they did a little bit of a press release about it, that we're working together to make the roads better, and something that hope we can do with Whitewater as well, that it's being a shared road.
Right on, good. Back to you, Sean.
Okay, no other questions, off we go. Okay. Okay, so back to kind of how we could finance these projects. I just reiterate the slide, we have about $2.1 million in financing available, I guess. I've relisted the capital projects now. I do apologize. I thought I put on the public works slide the one line item for the active transportation update, which is a pretty big item, so I just want to draw attention to it. Maybe now would be a time to draw it before I get on to the next piece. So we do have in here $225,000 line, and I meant to put it on the one slide. I don't know where it went, but earmarked for connectivity basically throughout our active transportation network. So I don't know if council has any questions or comments on that.
No, we're good.
Okay, move on then. So we got two options here. So we've certainly made this budget using debt, as I spoke to before, to finance Robinson Road. So with that, so if we take, we have $2.6 million, and I know that's changed a little bit now, but $2.6 million in capital and special projects. We know that our 2025 contribution to our capital reinvestment reserve is $729,000. We know our OCIF and CCBF allocations. So then we would need to finance the remainder basically from $445,000 from the other capital reserves that we have, debenture Robinson Road, and then we still have to generate $253,000 for our capital levy, so from taxation. If we aren't going to use debt, that looks a little differently. We would have to finance $759,000 or $760,000 from capital. So certainly that sorry, from what I mean from capital, from taxation. Certainly that is a large number. That's why we have recommended using a debenture. Now, taking on debt, that's a council decision. So I just want to show the difference between if we do take on debt, which we would repay over either 10 or 20 years, I'm not certain right now, but we would need to increase, another 250,000 from tax, or we go up another 760,000 from taxation. The next slide shows what that effect on our levy would be. So we have the operating levy, which again is going to change a little bit from some of the suggestions earlier, and it may just roll right back down through. So where we have right now today is a 4.7% increase on our levy, but if we were not to use debt, it'd be 12.11.
That's with no in or out of reserves then?
No, that's still using the same amount, 445,000 from reserves and our capital reinvestment reserve. But all we're really changing there is debt financing about 510,000. So we'd have to pick that up from something else. And it doesn't necessarily have to be Robinson Road when we finalize it. It doesn't have to be that gets debt financed, and that was just the biggest project for the purposes of putting it together to show. So summary of it kind of together. So we have a 4.7% levy increase. That's about $57 for the median assessed home. We would be taking 445,000 out of reserves, which would leave, and this is an estimation, but would leave not very much in our capital reserve balance. How everything looks together for the median assessed home. So waste collection, there'd be no increase, $129 increase for water, $281 increase for wastewater, $57 for general, which would mean that all areas of the budget, we're looking at about a $470 increase for the median assessed home. That's for somebody that is using all three of those services. So alternative options, which is the last page, and first, I think Dean, you're the only staff person I updated the correct version of this, but all council should have the correct version of this on their last page of their paper. But some alternative options we have are, so we're sitting at 4.7, which is the bolded area, and then I lay out 8 or 9 options of what the increase could be, what that effect to the median assessed home is, how much extra revenue that would generate that we could put back into our capital reserves, and then what that estimated ending balance was. So somewhere in that 11% area, 10.99, is where we would kind of generate even with the capital to finance. And I know that has changed, but this was as of when we put it together. So, yeah, I'm not sure if there's any comments on this or not. I mean,
Did you address the dollar figures in that other list? Did you address that? Like, just to show what they say, for instance, 1099 is 133 per median household, just so you're aware of what the dollar transpires.
yeah, sorry. So I guess we have the options, the total percent and the total percent increase in the levy, what that means for the dollar for the median assessed home, what basically we would do with that extra revenue on top of where we're sitting today. So how much extra we could generate to go back into capital reserves. And then that second from the second from the right is showing the net effect, because we are pulling from reserves for projects. So even if we went up 10.99, given the version of the budget we have today, we'd still be $15,000, taking out of capital budgets. But we have our ending balance at, 540,000. So that's basically the budget as it stands today, and I would take direction on where to go.
So if we take down, Sean, the numbers that we reduced today, and I know you want to verify my numbers, and I don't blame you, but I'm at around 160. So if 160 would basically, if we stayed at 9%, means we're not taking any money out of reserves, which is a good thing.
I'm not certain.
Okay.
Possibly, your math could be right. I don't know. I know that.
I know.
So if you look and you say, okay, 445 less 160. So that means we'd be taking 285 out. So just by looking at, we're somewhere in that between, I would say 7 and 9%, I think, but I would really feel more comfortable, like,
No,
taking
of
time to go
course.
back through it and stuff.
Okay, and we're not asking for a final answer
Yep.
tonight, but I think what you're looking for from council is, where do you want to end up?
That's
And
right.
maybe you could put that screen back up where the water and sewer costs are added to that.
They're here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess before we go there though, are we comfortable with these roads, or is there any that we don't wanna do on this thing, or figure we shouldn't do, or questions or something? Do we get comfortable enough that the capital program is as presented?
Kind of the minimum length that we've been talking
Yeah.
about is enough.
Well, we've been trying to do 10, we've been under 10 now, this will be our third year in a row, Mark, under 10 kilometers.
Wouldn't do any less than that.
I wouldn't want to do any less than that either.
For speaker on?
Okay, that's all I needed, yeah, make sure.
So, if my number is right, and let's say we do reduce it and we bring it down to 0 taken out of reserves, this is all based on not doing Robinson Road as debt, right?
No, this is based on debt Robinson Road. What I was showing earlier was here is, so right now so if you look at this slide here, we're at 4.7, the very top line.
Okay.
Right? That corresponds with the middle column. That's with debt. Without debt, we'd be at 12.11, which way down here, you can see that that's way down. Do you know what I mean? Like that 12.11 would now be at the top, and we would have options all the way down to who knows how much to get back to. So this budget is presented would be using debt for Robinson Road, or using some debt for projects up to around about 500 grand.
So again, I guess what we need to do is decide on, not with water, but the general taxation, what percentage point you want to be at.
And I think what should maybe steer or drive would be so I think last year we took our net effect on our capital reserves was I want to say 675 decrease. Now we're saying 445 decrease. So I think what you may want to look at, or what you can talk amongst yourselves, but how much are you comfortable pulling out? You know, at the end of the day, how much would you be comfortable pulling out of reserves this year?
445.
That's right. So something's got to give.
Can we finance more?
You can finance up to, I think, 20 million. You could finance more, and that's something that, yeah, you could. It just, we pay it back over time, right? And it'll increase.
We're already going into debt, and then as Alan said, if you take more out of reserves, that means double it again.
Start making those payments, and we're already seeing the payments on Broad Street, the Mud Lake, Golf Course Road. They're all of those roads we financed over the last few years. We're seeing the payments this year, and that's what's helping hurt us so much, right? And if we just keep taking on more debt, you gotta make those payments, plus still try and do 8 to 9 kilometers of road.
I think what would be good is, I think if I'm, again, 670 something, or whatever it was last year, if we can get down the net effect on the reserves, you know, to that 220 to 83, like somewhere in that area, you know, would be, then we're trending the right way.
But we're
Right.
still, like, how many years in a row have we dropped our reserves?
Yeah, I
We
can.
gotta stop that bleeding
Yeah.
at some point, right?
And also, you gotta realize that, we haven't put any money away for recreation. So, you know, we're already started our meetings with the city towards a future rec center of some sort. And here we go, another year with no money gone into that.
Yeah.
But we also have, but for water users mainly, is that water line for $1 million plus the pumping station at 600. Now,
Do we have a capital reinvestment here at one or two?
One.
So see, that's the other thing, it'd be nice to start bump, like in a perfect world, we should do a recreation at 1.
Yeah.
And maybe capital at 2. And then, you know, so that's another 2% on top of that. But to start tumbling that, we're seeing the benefits of that capital reinvestment now. I mean, it's 800,000. If you boost it up, sooner or later, it will pay for itself. Like, it's soon be done. You know, that's but.
So I guess we'll take back, I think would be a good idea, is we take back the recommendations put forth already in terms of some of the changes. Then I think as staff, we can try to get to, and I know that, so the numbers aren't gonna necessarily be 11.99 is positive 53. That could be, after we do some stuff here, it could be, 9.99 to 7 point, like that might all get bumped back, but if we can take back as staff some of the recommendations and then come back somewhere between that negative 151 to positive 53, like somewhere in that area, I think that's getting us to where, I know we may not be positive, but then maybe the question is, if we're not that far from positive, then it's, you boost it a little bit to get, like, if we can take that direction away, because I think we may be able to, like, I did some quick math, I think we got a little bit more than your whatever you said there, 160, but if that's okay with council, but I mean, unless you want to see them building, right? Unless you want to see us putting in 121 on top of what we're doing.
But once we get to that, once we get the true number, then we can horse around with what that is.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time though, because I got one more meeting, what I'd like to give you and have it finalized so that we can then get to the, this is kind of the horsing around time is now. I just need the direction on, so that I can present one more time to you.
So do you want to say maximum 9%?
But there's no problem with listing these again, I mean.
Yeah, for sure.
Just list that whole gamut.
Yeah, no, I know, but we got to give Sean some kind of direction.
And the other thing.
Under 10.
I was just going to say, could I get 9.49 or something as the maximum? Just give us
Under 10.
under 10. All right. And we're okay with the debt. That's something the council's okay with?
500.
Because the alternative is you could go really, take that rate higher and not have debt. But it just, you need to. Okay.
And then the other thing for the water, we'll leave the water and sewer alone too. We have a meeting coming up. We'll come back and confirm what the numbers are there and see.
Who's generating that study then? on the water?
Consultant.
You're Mike.
The consultant that did the original report for the city of Pembroke?
Yeah, I don't know who's doing the rate study. I don't know if it's.
I think it's in its
Watson.
infancy here.
Yeah,
Like, I don't think it's very far along.
That's the problem.
Oh,
So
I'm surprised.
we just wanna, we're gonna be speaking to Andrew Mirabella, this week, and we're hoping to just have a chat with him to make sure we're on the right path, that's all. We're gonna just confirm that.
And I think the other thing is, as we mentioned earlier, at least I did, and Keith mentioned it as well, that I think we need to formulate some kind of ladder to go to the water and sewer users, giving them a heads up of next year.
There's a bit of an issue. There's a Canada Post strike, and it's kind of going through our circles that we're not sure how we're going to handle getting things to people.
No, but the first tax bill is not gonna be out till April, right?
No, but that's what I'm saying. But I think we're going to try to notify people, especially after the next meeting we have. And I'm assuming,
Yes.
are we going to meet again? Is that the thing we're going to meet again next week? Because we want to generate some things. I think that people still have 2 weeks. Then we can get them out published, where the public can view a document and they can comment in. They can.
Yeah.
But we need to do that soon. But I'm just saying, to get a letter out in the mail to everybody, we can't get anything out right now. So we have to get it out via probably radio, Facebook, email blast, and in your contacts as well,
So next Tuesday at 5:30?
Well, I was gonna ask is, what's the earliest we could get started? Can we start at 4:30, or is that, depends, I don't know I know you're 4:30, or?
Betty, how early
I
can you
would have
be
to
here?
come in by Zoom because I am at a province next week.
Oh, I see, okay, so time doesn't matter then? Okay. Betty? 4 o'clock? I don't care, I mean, it's just nice, I mean, we're.
No, everybody's.
anyway, So it's a.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good for 4 too, thanks for asking.
Well,
I work too.
I was getting to you, just a minute, I'm just working one at a time. 4 PM, everybody, Brian?
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
Okay,
Brian's semi-retired right now, so.
is he? Okay, motion. Mover.
Alan and Jennifer?
Moved by Councillor Wren, second by Councillor Gauthier, that the council recommend a special council meeting be held on November 26, 2024 for the purpose, at 4 PM for the purpose of budget deliberations.
All in favor? Carried?
And adjournment.
Motion to adjourn. Wendy and Brian.
Moved by Counselor Hewitt, second by Counselor Hughley. That the special council meeting on November 19th, 2024 be adjourned at 7:05.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, and thank you to Sean as well.
Yeah, very
For a
good.
lot of background work to bring us to this point.